D?
Yeah, man. Well, turn it up, man.
Let's just go in and, like, kill all the orcs, right? They're the bad guys, who gives a shit? We just hack and slash and we loot their dead bodies, right? Hack and slash, kill them all, you know, conquer the infidels.
Boy, that campaign sounds like a barrel of fun, doesn't it?
Somebody who's opening a refrigerator and leaning in, right, is the language of a woman. Somebody who's opening the refrigerator and being cut off halfway through that lean is the voice of like a mermaid or a siren.
They're utter shits. They're utter shits.
This is not the face of the hobby anymore. And I think there's been mistakes made in years past where people assumed that D&D players were all, you know, white dudes in a basement, which has been a faulty assumption for a lot of years and gets more and more false every day. And so it's, in my viewpoint, honestly, guys like me can't leave soon enough.
I just had to be born with empathy and a weakness for socialism and femboys.
You gotta put a little hot sauce on the taco, you know what I mean?
We want this dwarf to be the dwarfiest dwarf.
Right.
We want the elf to be the elfiest elf.
And just the dashiest dash of Tabasco.
The voices need to carry across water.
I'm a creative. It's a huge drain, right? Because fans can be awful.
They're utter shits.
When we got the descriptions, they were very adamant. They were like, try not to make it like a white blonde guy. Like, please, like, we love him, but there's like 500 million of them.
You say white lives matter, they don't. White lives don't matter because white lives aren't a thing.
Lube for their rectal adventures.
What's this?
What's this? It's the jacket.
The jacket.
Lutherville, Marina Del X, Otisburg. Who's this monster? She's got her own place. Otisburg. It's a little bitty place. Otisburg. Okay, I just wipe it off. That's all. It's a little town.
One girl said she liked big burly orcs with breeding kinks. Okay, I'll just choose the orc boyfriend for her then.
We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
In 5, 4, 3.
Great, Sam.
We dumping chump. It's a landslide, sir.
On guard.
It's time to mobilize. Let's go.
A giant penis.
Did you cry? So much. I went into the house and my wife was like, "What's wrong?" And I just crawled onto her and sobbed.
Oh my God.
And here we go.
Shouldn't that you can't have crazy mouths on your mouth.
We're live. Hello. How's everybody doing? Forgive the technical difficulties. That was Double D not paying attention, not watching the details. Haster.
Hey everyone.
Now, let me explain. Well, before I start us off, DB is going to start us off right. Yar Dog Brothers, and so it's time for an extra special episode from Origins. Went in '87 as a grad present as a 87 as a grad present from parents. Full ride. When you won a tournament. DB is one of our strongest soldiers. Caster.
I have some Origins trivia for you later that your audience will enjoy.
All right, so that voice off camera is my buddy Haster, who I've known for quite a while.
20 plus years, maybe longer.
Yeah, probably a little bit longer, maybe just a smidge longer. Yeah, but yeah, he's. There's a couple of reasons we have chosen not to put him on camera.
But like a deep throat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but the good news is by him not being on camera, he's able to spill some tea.
Oh, yes, plenty of tea.
Yep, Roger Rebus. Yeah, you knew I was going to do it, dude. You knew it. Central New York Con. I did a stream live. It's near Utica. You ever been to Utica, Haster?
So I have been to upstate New York, or I don't know. The upstate New Yorkers might tell me it's not upstate. I've been to Schenectady and Albany.
Mm-hmm.
Some mutual people that we knew back in the day live up there. And I don't know, is Albany upstate or?
I think they consider it upstate.
Okay.
This was a little west of Albany. This is like east of Syracuse, west of Albany.
I've been to Buffalo. I went to the Anchor Bar.
We just went for the first time.
They were closed. So we went to a place called Duff's, which we were told was actually better wings.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in the Anchor Bar wings. Literally, we went up just a couple months ago. We went up to see the Sabres and Penguins.
Oh, okay.
And those are hockey teams. See, if I turn my camera out this window right here, you would see where the Blue Jackets play.
That's right.
But yeah, then we're like, we're going to be just a couple blocks away from the Anchor Bar. We went there. It's okay. I don't want to say it was bad, but it was okay.
Duff's was better.
Phil B agrees. Duff's is better. Overkill Joe, R.I.P. Rogan. The rumors of his demise have been greatly exaggerated. All right, I'm going to put him on. I'm now in character. Now I'm cool. He sits there.
No, I was just thinking about the times we went to Duff's. Not to go back to Duff's, but good Christ, those waitresses! I have never seen women so stacked. I mean, I don't know what it was there, but it was incredible. It's like double D. This was like triple D's, quadruple D's. These waitresses.
Yeah, I kind of miss like going to Gen Con. I know it's kind of tacky. But you know what? Me and Rogan always did like going to Hooters. So sometimes
would you like going to the Red Garter?
I may or may not have been at the Red Garter.
Actually, Hooters, in my opinion, is one of the better fun restaurants to go to now because they're all closed. They all closed after COVID.
Yeah, it was.
Not many of them left.
I know,
and I actually like Hooters wings a lot.
You know what? That's the odd thing too. It's like unironically, I kind of like going there for the food because at Gen Con, like a lot of the places just are so full, and it's like sometimes it's off the beaten path.
Mrs. Haster, those are some of her favorite wings too.
Yeah. Patrick, our good buddy Patrick Demo. You're with the King in Yellow. You have friends in Eldritch High Places, Double D.
Funny you'd say that.
Have you seen the yellow sign? I've seen the yellow snow occasionally where I live. That's about it. Haster here loves Call of Cthulhu, right?
That's probably my favorite role-playing game. I've got a couple others that are high up there, but Call of Cthulhu was always the one that, and especially because it's fun to do at home, it's fun to do at cons. You can get those done in about 4 hours.
Yeah,
one and done stories, very nice because the characters don't always survive at the end, and it's not a.
Now, on or about 10 years ago, you ran a Call of Cthulhu game for me and my buddies. I think Rogan was there, perhaps. Do you recall a Call of Cthulhu game you ran for me and my buddies in which your wife was enraged at you?
Yes, I do.
You want to tell everybody?
So I should start by telling everyone that I am not an alcoholic. I am what I would refer to as a con alcoholic. I go to enough cons, and we'll talk about experience a bit later.
Yes.
I am often drunk half the time at any given con I'm at, which is even worse because I work at these cons usually. That's even more shameful. But yeah, I'm still very embarrassed. It's funny, and it's not funny, and it's funny. So to the audience, I was totally hammered running this game. Totally hammered. I mean, I literally do not remember much that went on other than I think this is going to be bad. I think I'm going to not live this down very well. But as I run Shadow Dark for you later this week, we will not have a repeat of that experience.
And here's the thing, kind of like an alcoholic who doesn't remember how they got home. You pretty much pulled the adventure through. Did I? You did. It wasn't like you passed. It wasn't like you passed out at the table or anything. And like it was just a little. You were just kind of a little off here and there, and then we were just kind of like, hey, everything okay, Haster?
The one thing that I recall the most was the look on Rogan's face as he is squinting and moving in. He's clearly trying to understand me. And that's the one vision I still have in my head.
Yeah. There was a couple of rough spots, but you did bring it up.
All right.
And then your wife was made a million apologies for you. We were so fun. We were just laughing so hard. It was like it's kind of like rightly or wrongly for con games, you kind of want really good ones or really bad or really odd ones where, something like, the DM gets really hammered or, the DM is like super bad, just anything along those.
Metal goat.
The metal goat. Yeah. I still have that t-shirt that I think somebody printed up for it. Yeah. The metal goat story. I think I told that a long time ago, so I'll have to do that again.
Make sure you tell the metal goat story to your audience here at some point.
Some of them know it, but yeah, it was a classic. It was probably the worst DM we've had, but I still feel bad for the guy only because of the way. Sorry, guys.
And you told me to make sure my phone was.
I know.
Shame on you.
That was my financial guy, actually. He said, "I'll sell it." Have you seen what's happening? Very good. You brought what kind of? What did you make? Was it Maker's Mark?
Maker's Mark. Shut your mouth. This is WotC.
WotC.
Are you allowed to show alcohol on screen? You can probably show the bottle.
Roger Rebus had a bottle of Maker's Mark. Only they were just doing straight shots. My esophagus has been just torn away over the years, probably by too much pop. So it went down like battery acid.
Well, that's.
But when you have some cherry Coke,
I'm drinking it straight, buddy.
Well, that's because you're a real man.
I'm a con.
Chris Miller is here. Patty, how you doing, buddy? Our mutual friend, Mr. Shark.
Chomp, chomp.
Chomp, chomp.
I know Shark. Shark and I go way back.
Yeah.
Shark. I got a word for you. U-boat. Remember the U-boat?
Oh, yeah. We've talked about the U-boat. Yeah.
All right, good. And I think Squirrel Nutkin might be listening in tonight.
Nutkin, if you're out there.
Nutkin
Land lives.
Nutkin and I went out drinking heavily on Monday night.
Did you?
Nutkin and I are from the same hometown. So whenever we come through to either Origins or Gen Con, we always stop and visit my parents.
Yeah.
And I always go out and see Nutkin and his lovely wife. And we go out to eat and drink and drink. And I'll have to tell you about the bingo game we went to Monday night. That was nuts. Literally.
Bingo.
My brother owns a bar. He recently bought a bar. And on every Monday night, he does adult bingo. And the prizes are filthy adult toys. And the was the most filthy jokes. I mean, it's fun. It's fun. It's irreverent.
Remember the filthy piano player? Like, whatever his name was.
A pianist.
Gladiator before the gangbang. Who's with Double D? Hi, Chris. It's my buddy Haster. I've known him for a while. We kind of met online. And then on or about 2009, we started going to Gen Con. We'd hook up there. And
we wouldn't hook up, but we would.
Well, just some heavy petting. The thing I remember about the first year, because you guys were at the what was that hotel that you would stay at with the huge atrium?
The Embassy.
Embassy. Yeah. Your flag got stolen, didn't it?
My wife is quite the crafting person, and she made this beautiful Cthulhu flag that had the name of Nutkin Land on it, so that you knew where to come for the Nutkin Land get-togethers. And Saturday night, the last night of the con, someone stole it. Because again, you've got these rooms, the atrium, you hold it outside, and I guess you assumed that your brother and sister gamers would be decent people. Says the guy who steals from Gen Con.
Yeah.
I had some of your evidence for quite some time. The poster boards, remember the poster boards you'd swipe?
To be fair, I still have those.
Oh.
We would do that. We would do that on the last.
Sure, but no one else.
Saturday night. Yeah, these things are going in the garbage. In the dumpster tomorrow afternoon. Let's make a tradition out of it. We'll steal a sign, at the Gen Con ball, and then
Mrs. Haster is still upset about that Cthulhu flag being swiped.
I would be too. And your wife.
She made another one. She made another one.
Your wife is such a sweetheart. She would we would have a get together dinner for all the folks that were part of this site, Nutkin Land. And she would always make gifts for everybody.
Oh,
it was just insane.
I think she's listening too tonight.
She heard. I saw her earlier. Earlier. Yeah, she was first. Literally walk into the convention center here at Origins, Columbus, Ohio. first table. I'm like, hey, where's the badge registration out? It's your wife. I'm just like, ah.
Well, just again, your audience should know. I actually work for the convention. I work in an area. She works in a different area. And again, we'll get into some of the tea that I have to spill about conventions and publishers and whatever else.
Start us off.
All right.
So everybody's ear up to the radio.
So I should tell everyone that in the past 20 some years, and I think you can confirm this, I have worked for, with, connected with a variety of different conventions, including Con on the Cob, one of our favorites, Gen Con, Origins, I'm very connected with. I've been involved even with some publishing companies at a variety of different levels, as well as many, many, many of the prestigious awards groups that are in various RPG spaces. So,
yeah, you know some of the folks that like work, like let's say with like the Ennies.
I know the Ennies. I know Origins Awards. I know. You might be familiar. Yeah, I think you're familiar with the Crud Awards people. You probably read off the Elders of Zion stuff a while back. So I know people in all those three different groups, and I could tell you how each of those three groups work, and they're actually very interesting. I have a certain amount of respect for all three of those groups, even the Crit folks, because that's some work.
Yeah. All right, so hold on. I will stop you here.
Yep.
Because Mad Relic is paying us 3,000 CLP.
Kroners.
Is that Kroner?
No,
we always have a tough time with this currency. Whatever it is, I thank you very much. Funniest thing about Daggerheart, Critical Role fired its designer to. Did they fire Spencer Stark?
Oh, Garabay's going to lose it.
Holy shit! Can you guys, and thank you so much, Mad Relic. All right, so first of all, not to interrupt you, we will get back to that, but Daggerheart is a terrible game, like unironically. And look, if it was any good, I would probably just say like,
I'm interested in reading.
Well, somebody loaned me a copy, a PDF copy. I can loan that to you as long as you promise to give it back to me, so I can give it back to him. Okay. It's not a very good game. Just mechanically, it's a mess. And it's certainly not my style. You know, I kind of like the older, kind of older school, feel, I guess. This is
go off on several tangents, but I want you to get to their Spencer Stark story.
Well, he's the one that made that. He's also the one that made Candela Obscura. Awful game. Yeah, just a terrible game. And you probably paid attention to that because that was supposed to be the Cthulhu killer. Well, now Daggerheart's supposed to be the D&D killer.
I tell you who turned me off of Candela Obscura was Grim Jim. He did a review, and I was like, oh, Jim, thank you for saving me a decent amount of time and money.
Black Lodge Games did the definitive review of that. They eviscerated it in such a nice, like, witty way. It's really good. Definitely look it up because it's entertaining too. But yeah, Daggerheart. I'm going to try to do like a video on it. I want to make it a good one though, like a comprehensive.
So Double D, something you got to understand about Daggerheart, whether you like it or hate it.
Daggerheart. That's how Condor says it.
Anyway, so they want to create a game that is supposed to be smooth flowing. And full disclosure, everyone, I have never seen Critical Role. I have seen clips that you have shown. That is I get it. Yeah. I know it is.
Watch it much either. Like I'll catch a little bit here.
They clearly need to have a product that smoothly runs their story. And if they found something that's smooth, but the problem is from what I've heard, the game is a little clunky.
Oh, it's severely clunky.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, as I've said, and I know it's a couple weeks in a row, guys, bear with me, but I mean, this game is such shit. All right, so combat is not initiative, no even like, all right, there's no excuse for not even just doing side initiative. Like, all right, bad guys go, you guys go.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't matter when you guys go, who goes first or, what you can do, blah, blah. There's some flexibility there. Here, it's just like, oh, well, just whatever the story dictates. Go where the fiction leads you.
But see, that's going to work for this sort of scripted setup.
Oh, it will. Until you get to the actual roles, and you're like, okay, so what am I doing for this role? Oh, I have this modifier. Oh, I have this modifier. I have this modifier. They suggest you have 8 to 12 tokens to remind you of the modifiers on your roll.
this game is going to work well, probably for scripted shows. It might not translate very well for home.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I almost wonder how it's going to work for even scripted shows. Like, is Marisha Ray going to start, counting out her fucking tokens? Oh, it's this, and then there's there could be modifiers to the roll on top of that.
Oh, what riveting TV that was.
Yeah. It watches everybody gets. It'll be like that gasp moment when they were trying to roll out the virtual tabletop at like a live play, like a D&D live play at a con. I don't know which one it was at, and they're like, yeah, say what you want. The energy at those, like, for whatever reason, the audience is there to be entertained. They want to see people. Everybody's cheering. So like, yeah, we're gonna actually do the virtual tabletop here. Halfway through, before it's just like, hey, we're just doing the normal role play. Everybody's cracking wise and stuff. Everybody gets a computer in front of them, and everybody goes. All the players go silent, and they're just like looking. And then you can just feel the energy in the audience. Just like
the only person I want to see counting out chips hunched over is Jennifer Tilly.
Jennifer Tilly,
she's.
Oh, I know who she is. That's
Poker. She's she's left acting.
Oh yes, that's right.
You're
She's
not
in the
getting
world.
my poker joke, buddy.
I was thinking of her as an actress, and I was like, I kind of always had a thing for Jennifer. Who's
she's the voice of Bride of Chucky? She's the
she's the bride. Okay, Jennifer, and there was Meg Tilly too, right?
Jennifer Tilly is like a cross between Dolly Parton and Elvira. If there was that twilight zone between those two people, Jennifer Tilly is it.
Right, our buddy Chris Miller, he says, Daggerhurt is woke as fuck, eh? But just to double down on the retardation, they have now hired the two that ruined the checks out. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. So what's your opinion on the folks over at Darrington? Hiring Chris Perkins and all
right, so there's two different answers. The one answer of like, is it a good business decision? It probably is, because these guys over at Darrington, I don't think they know or understand the publishing industry, the game industry in that regard.
Based on their first two.
Say what you want, Perkins and Crawford, they understand how to get the product from A to B. I bet you they sat in planning meetings. I bet you they understand project management.
Well, like Crawford is like to me like a drone. Like he'll take orders and probably implement stuff. So he's probably like the bosun or the drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Like, all right, Crawford, take this information, spread it out, make sure. Okay, so that's fine. Perkins, I know Perkins has a little bit of creativity. I mean, but not a ton. Like he's more into like, I think he's probably a good organizer. Obviously a good editor. Let's give him that. I just don't know that he's the kind of creative that can like hit a home run, which they need.
So I'm going to defend WotC, WotC, Hasbro, and those guys just for a second here, and explain that I think we would agree that there is not much innovative that has come out of WotC in the past 5 or 6 years. Okay. I mean, I think the original game in 2014, kind of clever, very innovative, but it has moved further and further to this lowest common denominator. And that is because they want to be in Walmart. They want to be in Target. They want to be a brand name, Harley Davidson, Playboy, and so on. So I think that these guys, and maybe they're hacks, but at the same time, I think they have been forced to be hacks based upon what the court suits have dictated to them, to their defense.
And there is, let's
might see if they've been let loose to do something, they might produce something interesting. But they have spent way too much time as inside cats and not enough time as outside cats.
Ooh, I like that. Do you want to take a look at the comment on the screen? It might be somebody you know.
Oh, look at that.
Where's the cam girl? This chatterbait sucks. We'll do an after dark one, Chris.
This
good to see you, buddy.
I don't know who this Haynes character is, but
he's my kind of guy.
Is he? All right. Well, sounds like a douche to me.
All right. So yeah, the things. WotC is a part of a big company. Yeah. So
shareholders.
They have shareholders. They're going to do what's not going to cause mainstream
They want lunchboxes, underoos, t-shirt underoos.
Yeah.
So they've been still good. Anyway, underoos.
Yeah.
But they want to be able to license stuff.
Yeah, okay.
And you can't license stuff with titties on succubuses, right?
Yeah.
And demonic sacrifices and that.
But then at that point, it's like you've lost what you had.
You had.
You've completely like lost everything that you inherited. I keep. It seems like it's so obvious to us, but they're like, oh, we had this huge boom after Stranger Things. Okay, well, what do you think people saw about D&D in Stranger Things? Was it the rainbow haired bullshit? Was it all the Yas Queen bards?
Yeah.
No, it was kids in their basement in the 80s.
Wood paneling.
Yeah, wood paneling, shag carpet,
vinyl records.
Yeah, the way we grew up playing, rolling dice, and that's where people are like, oh, that actually looks like fun. Oh, and then it's like, oh, well, if that's what they want, let's go ahead and change it.
Yeah,
because that's exactly what they did.
Well, I mean, we could go on. I think there is a fascinating discussion hidden in here somewhere about what happened to D&D, where it could go, and what the future is. I would say, give Crawford and Perkins a watch. See what they're able to do. They might be able to show you some interesting creativity. Who knows?
I'm dubious, but I'm not.
I am too. I am too.
Okay, I will say this. I will give them this much. Based on what I've seen from Spencer Stark, they're already better than okay, because that guy sucks. I'm like, who is this guy? Nobody's ever heard of him, other than just a couple of, they seem like boutique things here and there. And then
Garibay thinks he's a genius.
Yeah, well, we'll do a little Scott later.
Yes,
I know you're keyed up for that. But yeah, sight unseen, they're already better than him, and you would expect that because at least through osmosis,
professional game design.
Yes, I was going to say through osmosis, even working at a company that is as corrupt and kind of compromised as WotC, they have probably learned something just through, like I said, just kind of being there, osmosis. Call it what you will. So we'll see. But it puts them in an awful bind because this essentially says we're already going to start working on Daggerheart 2.0. They're probably already working on that, and they have released this game.
They should.
Oh, they should. Yeah.
Not just because you think of the original sucks, but this is how the cycle. I mean, how many editions has Call of Cthulhu had in 30 or 40 years? They're on like version 7. That's an obscene amount. How many versions? I mean, Pathfinder's only on 2. But do you think there's not going to be a Pathfinder 3?
Yeah,
there will be.
And a lot of that is just, if you're not like you say Call of Cthulhu, that's basically just, I like what Chaosium is doing. Let's support them because you could play with the original rulebook, like from the original box set, in probably even 7th edition. What are you on, 7th, 8th edition now?
Yeah. 7.
Yeah, there's some probably a little things here and there, but generally speaking,
7 is not radically different than 2nd edition.
Yeah,
for golf,
and I would argue 2nd isn't radically different from 1st. There's some differences.
There's some spiritual differences.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
But basically,
percentage dice,
percentage dice, sanity. Maybe the spells. I don't know. Maybe they did something with the spells, but generally speaking. You could play with it. By the way, I bought that at Gen Con last year. I bought that the reprint box set from Chaosium.
Oh yeah, I did the Kickstarter, baby. I mean, you better believe. I even had those adventures already in their original form. Yeah. I'm like, I'm going to buy the reprint.
I had a couple of them in the original too. I was glad they did what I think is probably one of the best pre-printed adventures ever, and that is Shadows of Yog-Sothoth.
Yeah,
one of the best adventures ever made.
Trivia for you: the villain in
Carl Sanford or John Scott?
Carl Sanford. You know who Carl Sanford is, don't you?
I want to think I heard this at some point.
Carl Sanford is Sandy Peterson is actually Carl Sanford Peterson. He just goes by Sanford. Carl Sanford is supposed to be a joke.
Sandy. It's like an anagram or like
an homage,
man too, or whatever they call it.
So Carl Sanford.
Okay,
Carl Sanford is actually Sandy's.
Now I'm trying. I don't want to be embarrassed. Now I'm trying to think because I had Sandy on at one point last year.
I watched that, and Sandy's a nut. I love Sandy.
Oh,
but Sandy can't keep a thought straight for more than like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
he jumps from here to there.
Yeah, and as a host, when you have somebody there, everybody's there to see him. You just got to kind of go with it.
Aside, I got to tell you, I've watched many of your episodes. my favorite guest, because the person was just so interesting to listen to. I don't even like BattleTech, but it was the author of the BattleTech novels.
Oh, Blaine Pardo.
Yeah. That guy was interesting. He spoke well. His story.
I love Blaine. Yeah. In fact, I'd love to get him on again.
I don't even dig BattleTech at all. And
Yeah.
I thought that was one of the most interesting guests.
He's such a cool dude, and it does kind of show how kind of just too far.
That dude had a stalker and.
Oh yeah, I had a stalker and the Catalyst. By the way, I saw the big Catalyst sign. Fuck you, Catalyst. Here, they sided with one of their breadwinning authors, stalkers, over him due to politics, because Blaine is a Republican. It's almost too insane, but I think they're starting to suffer. Catalyst.
Oh,
I think
Shadow runs an insane game.
Oh yeah. You keep forgetting they inherited that too. Warren Johnson, $5 Canadian. Daggerheart, 2nd edition, and every other TTRPG would benefit from more cowbell. I gotta have more cowbell. Thank you so much, Warren.
Every NPC, every game should have an NPC like Christopher Walken.
So many great performances. The one of his that just I keep loving is Max Zorn from A View to a Kill,
or Max Shrek from Batman Returns.
Yeah, I'm just a poor schmo.
Well, you're a big 007 guy, right?
Oh yeah.
So I loved A View to a Kill, even though it was kind of stupid in some way.
Oh, it was. Yeah, it had run its course almost by that.
Did it ever occur to you what A View to a Kill is actually? What is actually going on there? It is a total remake of Goldfinger. I submit to you. Goldfinger wants to blow up Fort Knox to make his gold more valuable. Max Zorn wants to blow up Silicon Valley to make his silicon chips more valuable. Remember the scene when Goldfinger crushes that guy? Oh, he doesn't want to be a part of it. Max Zorn kicks that dude out of the blimp. I mean, obviously, Odd Job and Mayday are kind of similar characters.
Yeah.
I think A View to a Kill is a
that is a good analysis.
I was a huge fan. I know you are. I was a huge fan of the double.
Oh, it's still one of my favorite of all time.
The problem with it is you can't really have more than like 2 players. You can't have a group of 6.
That's why it was perfect for me and my buddy Gavin Morgan, because we were kind of without a group, and it's like, well, there's this great game that it would kind of feel ridiculous if you had more than 1 player at a time.
The thing that confounded 14-year-old me, the thing that confounded me the most was, why isn't Spectre in this book?
And then you turned me on to the Kevin McClory suit when we were online.
So your audience should know that I'm actually a lawyer, and my
don't hold that.
Yeah. My background is actually intellectual property. So when I was in law school, we actually read the case where the guy sues about Thunderball, and that Thunderball case is why 007 had to eliminate Spectre from any possible usage for years.
Yeah, just for those of you that don't know, this guy, Kevin McClory, he met with Ian Fleming, and they kind of hashed out the plot to Thunderball together. And I guess Kevin McClory did do a lot of the heavy lifting there. And then, so Fleming wrote. Did they make the movie first and then do the novel, or novel?
The novel was first.
Novel came first, then they did the movie, and Kevin McClory was like, well, hold on here. I need to wet my beak a little bit more. That engendered like a lawsuit, and then they ended up coming to an agreement where McClory would be a producer on Thunderball, and he would get the right to remake it 10 years and over and over again, like every 10 years, like every
Never Say Never Again.
That's why at the time I never understood this as a kid, but that's why we got Never Say Never Again. And he also had the rights to Spectre. So if Eon Productions wanted to use them, did they have to pay they probably had to pay him?
The deal was, but clearly you would have to have negotiated with him in some capacity.
And that's why in what was the one before Octopussy? The one in the Greece.
For Your Eyes Only.
Yeah, For Your Eyes Only. That's why unceremoniously at the beginning of For Your Eyes Only,
an unnamed
character who's obviously Blofeld just gets picked up in a helicopter,
thrown down the steps,
and then the infamous line, "I'll give you a delicatessen in stainless steel." So it sounds like he says. To this day, me and my buddy Gavin chuckle about it. All right, so Badger for $2. Tunnels and Trolls Alpha rules drop today. Are you aware of this?
So Tunnels and Trolls, I'll tell you, that is the...
Thank you, Badger.
Tunnels and Trolls, if Oreo is the Oreo. Tunnels and Trolls is the Hydrox.
Yes,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Hydrox, but Tunnels and Trolls, as I recall, Flying Buffalo, D6 system, Flying Buffalo, God bless them. There wasn't much they were ever able to get out to the market, but for Grimtooths. They were the creators of the Grimtooth stuff, as I recall. Tunnels and Trolls, I always felt like if we ever were in an alternate reality where like Tunnels and Trolls would have been the D&D of the 70s. It's a fine game, but D&D just had Gygax behind it, and Gygax, that guy was the Colonel Sanders of RPGs. He knew how to push his game and be the personality and be the face. There was no face of Tunnels and Trolls.
Well, he understood the business aspect of it, better than anybody. Certainly better than Dave Arneson, who probably understood the creative aspect a little bit better,
Well,
at least at first.
If Gygax is Stan Lee, Arneson would be Jack Kirby. In that sort of relationship.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Oops, sorry. Spring Gypsy. Fuck, Hester, you're right.
I am right.
I was going to say, you're right.
What thing am I right about?
When you're right, you're right.
Am I right about 007? Right about Tarot? Right about Tunnels and Trolls?
Thank you guys, by the way, in the chat. You guys
are very fine hosts. I should point out, I don't listen to the show live because I run a game on Wednesday nights. So I'm running games. I listen to the show. I'm an early riser, so I listen to the show Thursday mornings. But I know all of you lovable characters. I pay attention to some of the great super chatters that chat in.
This really is. I know what I have here. This is a very good.
This is a good little community.
Good little. Yeah, they come here sometimes not even for me. I think just for each other. I'm just kind of in the background. Look at this. Mercurius, our old friend. Your name is Toby. Has donated a gifted membership. Thank you very much, Mercurius, Mr. Steady Eddie, as always.
I try to jump in on some of the Saturday shows you do sometimes, but I just didn't. I'm kind of a Luddite in some ways. I never knew how to give you money. So
I don't need your money.
Well, but that's how you get my chat to come up, right?
Yeah. Well, look, sometimes if it is a solo stream, I actually am better like looking at the chat, or if it's a normal stream like Crazy Mouse will monitor the chat for me. It's in situations like this when me and you are kind of talking, I have to kind of just occasionally look at the chat. That's why I'm probably neglecting some of it.
I figured that donating some of the bourbon tonight would
give me a little.
All right,
give me a little there.
Should you get some soda with this?
Yeah, I will. You talk to the fine folks.
So, guys, I should point out that when I watch the show, I really enjoy lots of the videos that pop up. And do you have a name for the sort of lefties of TikTok or or it's just an endless queue of nuts and weirdos?
I just call it the lunacy. It's the week lunacy. We have some tonight too. I've been kind of on a arrest kick, like women getting arrested and just like going crazy. Which I think is rather funny. I do have one of those queued up. It's not a full stream, but I did put a few in here. I got a Garibay video, I got a Condor video, and I got a little
I should tell your audience, I have some thoughts on Garibay a bit later. Some rather dubious thoughts. As I was telling Double D earlier, Double D actually turned me on to Garibay, and I started watching him.
Yeah, because you emailed me, you're like, this guy's who is this guy?
And I consider myself a bit of a Garibologist at this point, as I have watched so many videos, and just this guy isn't a lunatic. But again, I'll extrapolate on some of my Garibay theories a bit later.
All right.
Once we get
Fair enough.
Garibay.
Fair enough.
Some of those super chats going. What's going on?
You don't have to do that.
I'm channeling crazy now.
Yeah. Matt Barninger, who is talking, that is my buddy Haster, who I've known for a while.
They work here at Origins.
Yeah, he would kind of like to remain anonymous. He's not. I will say he's not politically. You're probably not quite as far to the one side.
I'm a staunch moderate.
You're a staunch moderate, staunch centrist, radical centrist, which is fine.
I hate progressives. Well, that's our common.
It's fair to say, like, maybe you wouldn't be a huge fan of Trump, but you also hate like the Rainbow Brigade lunacy.
That is ruining gaming.
Yeah.
And they came for comics, and they took out comics.
Yeah.
Comics has kind of clawed their way back, but
after it's been just devastated, like culturally, there's no like nobody goes. Like I used to have a pull list at my local shop, and I abandoned it, probably 6 years ago, and so have a lot of people.
I still go regularly because I am a creature. I've got OCD. And I'm a huge Batman guy. I mean, I will go to my grave with Batman comics in the coffin. I'm such a Batman fan.
Yeah, I mean, I used to get Batman, like Hellboy. I would get.
I loved anything Garth Ennis did. Preacher.
That was
the Boys.
Yeah.
Because Garth Ennis is a nut, an absolute nut.
Yeah,
Alan Moore's
I was going to say Alan, like Alan Moore,
who lives in his Wiccan coven thruple situation.
You were talking about off stream, like you discovered what polycules.
All right, so everyone,
tell us.
So I recently discovered. All right, we know what polyamorous is, and if that's your thing, go right ahead. And there's many people who are polyamorous, and that's fine. Whatever goes on in your own bedroom. But I recently discovered something called a polycule. A polycule. Now, bear with me. So you have poly, which you can understand is amorous, and then a cule, like a molecule. And the way this was described to me was these people who are in a polycule just sort of map out the entire extended sexual relationship, including people who are not sexually involved but are friends. And you have this great big chart on their walls. Now, can you imagine you're going over to your buddy's house for watch the game on Sunday, get some beers, and you kind of go pop one open, and you see next to the fridge this great big chart, and your face.
your face says aim on the
Yeah. I mean, would you be offended? Would you be curious? And you'd be curious. And go, it's in the polycule.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
The term polycule, I just like that. I enjoy that term. Polycule. I dig that term.
Yeah, it's got a certain alliteration. Yeah. So
polycule.
Polycule.
I think the rest of you should start using polycule in your common phrase.
Because I kept hearing like this YouTuber Nick Rekieta just went crazy. He was like a lawyer, like you. He was like a lawyer. And then I guess he decided, because there was at one point, like with the Johnny Depp trial.
Oh, geez.
The Kyle
show that.
Well, the Kyle Rittenhouse, he would live stream on YouTube. And Hester, he would live stream to 100,000 people live. Like I have, over 100, for a channel my size. That's pretty darn good.
Well, and I'm here in person, says 101.
Yeah, there you go. But no, he's 100,000. And then he decided, you know what? That's too good. I'm gonna get a coke habit and I'm gonna destroy it. Then I'm gonna be part of it.
Yeah. I think I know this guy. Was he the guy that was caught?
Yes.
Okay. Where he thought the camera was off.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He's just stoned out of his mind.
Yeah. Dude, you're rubbing one out in front of your whole audience, buddy.
There was I think maybe he was saying like, oh, I was
you got the Pee Wee.
I was mimicking Darkside Phil because he's another YouTuber who did that.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, he apparently Darkside Phil actually did do it. But still he was all right. To Draconis. Beware the Magichan medallion. Yes. There's are you aware of the Chris Chan medallion?
Chris Chan. That name sounds familiar.
Boy. It's too deep. Okay, let's just say
very deep cut.
He is a very autistic guy. Internet lore made this character Sonichu, which is a combination of Sonic and Pikachu.
I'm seeing where we're going.
Okay, yeah, just a real autistic. I think went to jail for having sex with his mother. That's what we're talking about. Well, he would.
Should she be the one who should go to jail?
Oh no, like he was in his 40s and she was in her 80s. So yeah, and there's this
Jesus.
And there's this medallion that did he make it? Maybe he made it of Sonichu, this character he made, which is just an amount, a morphing of the two. And it's like everyone that it's been to and put it on has suffered like some sort of malady or misfortune in their life. And
it ripped through the entire polycule.
Yeah, and Nick Rekieta was one of those. In fact, there's like this meme. Remember the Lord of the Rings, like throw it in the cylinder, throw it in, and he turns around and said, it's like Nick Ricada putting on the medallion, like, take it off, don't put it on. And he's like, no. And he has it on. And sure enough, like a couple months later, he was mastering on screen, yeah. So his life has just fallen apart. That's what a coke habit will do for you. And a little bit of fame going to your head, I think. Liquid Chris and Pickleman. I'm probably not qualified to talk on that. I know, like the broad strokes of it. I'll have to kind of get myself up to speed on that stuff.
So this is your first Origins, right?
It is.
Origins is a lovable con. It is the most fucked up con you'd ever come to. It is incompetent from top to bottom. I've been working for Origins,
and from the inside.
Yeah, oh my God! I mean, just I was impressed. A friend of mine was like, "Wow, I got the registration easily today." I literally never hear.
I tell you, me, Mrs. D, and Daughter D went to get our badges. It was better than.
Did you see the big creepy head?
I did. Yeah, I didn't even want to get close to it. There's a big creepy head.
It's neat technology. I don't know if you know about this, but people have taken. You can go to this place and it'll take a picture of your face, and then all those faces are people who have put their face into the thing, and it shows.
Oh, really?
This is a head the size of like a Statue of Liberty style head. That's the perspective of this thing, and it dominates the convention center. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of Big Brother looking.
It is.
But the technology is pretty neat because it's 3-dimensional. And it has 3-dimensionally taken people's faces and put this up on the thing. So your face could be up there if you go to the little thing and stick your face in there. I've never done it. But
You're not going to do that
because I don't want the wizards to take my face.
Yeah, I was going to steal my soul. No, thank you.
I don't need that.
No, thank you. Like checking in, it was like one of those little scannable codes. And
wait until you get to your first game; it'll probably be canceled.
Well, that happens at Gen Con.
Well, that's true.
That's why I do. Like, I just went to Central New York. It's like smaller.
I mean, at Central New York, are people putting up their name on a whiteboard to say, "I want to play this"?
No.
Okay.
It's no. There's no tickets per se because you don't need it for a con that size. But you had like legit badges. Like there was legit badges. Roger ran it really well. Like I'm talking like really professionally. And he's already talking, like we're already talking off. He's like, what do you think of doing this? What do you think of doing that? It's all good ideas.
So here's the weird thing about Origins. 2 years ago or so, and I should point out that the job that I have is heavily involved. The job I have at Origins is heavily involved in the RPG space. Okay, so I am intimately aware of how RPGs operate. Oh, you need to get that first.
Word of warning: Sonnet 2 medallions are very powerful, even the fake ones made by people other than Chris Chan, and they carry the power of misfortune. I agree with that. If I ever get one, I am casting it into Mount Doom.
You should.
Yes, and thank you so much, Doggo. Go ahead.
So
yes.
You may have noticed that you do not pay for events here at Origins. They abandoned the price for events. So for those of you in your audience, if you've ever gone to some of the bigger standard cons, typically you pay the price for your badge, $50, $100, whatever the case may be.
They're like $2 a game,
and then $2 per 2-hour slot. So it's $1 an hour usually for a role playing.
So $4 for a 4-hour
right.
game.
So a couple of years ago, Origins decided we're going to abandon that and just raise the price of badges, because what was happening is people were refunding, and all these micro charges. Origins was losing $40,000.
Yeah, my wife said they were already like getting some blowback because like people were canceling their games, yet like the players were still being charged like a fee.
Yeah, that's first of all, they're losing out on what, 30 cents, and I get it. It's the principle of the thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Origins is going to fix that. They're going to make they're going to make those folks whole by their 30 cents.
Mrs. D, I said it's.
But the two problems are this: one, if you are able to sign up for a game and you have to pay nothing, you got no skin in that. So at 9 tomorrow morning, you go, F it. I want to sleep in. I want to go to breakfast. I tied one on last night.
That's a great point.
And then suddenly people just don't show up for the game. The other more sinister problem is these GMs are beginning to place their own charges on there. So, the customer is used to paying $4 a game. I'm going to do an upcharge for a game for $4 because I can. Well, what are you doing for your game? Any special props? Any special thing? No, I'm just a good GM. No, you're not. Although I will tell you, in the years I've been going to Gen Con, the years I've been going to Origins, the gaming, I think, is better at Origins. I think the experiences I've had at the RPG table are better than the ones I've had at Gen Con.
Let me tell you this, and I think this is almost like an inviolable truth. The smaller the convention, usually the better the game.
Because people care.
Yeah, people are there. Like, look, I was at VentureCon last year. By the way, VentureCon, he wanted me to shout this out. July 18th through the 20th, Sandy Peterson. I think there's still slots. You can get there's probably rooms available. Carl Sanford himself. Don't know about John Scott. But yeah, July 18th through the 20th. It is a great convention. Me and Mrs. D would normally be going. It just wasn't in the cards logistically. That's all. But check it out. And if you're going this year, go next year, because I will be going next year. Like, I know Sean is going this year. I really want to meet him and some of the other folks that were going. So, and of course, see Sandy. I don't know if Sandy likes me or not.
Sandy, he was on your show, wasn't he?
He was.
I think Sandy, bless his heart, I think is oblivious to things going on. I mean, Sandy, if you were like, hey, Sandy, what are the top 3 trends in gaming? He would say, I don't and no. Those are the things he would say.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Well, me and him were both guests. After that interview, we were both guests on Dunder Moose's show. And we were backstage, before. Somebody else was supposed to be on the show, and I can't remember who. And the host, Dunder Moose, was saying, like, oh, yeah, so-and-so is not going to be here. And he's like, Sandy was like, oh, okay. Because I knew Diversity of Dragons was going to be here, and I knew that person was going to be here. And I don't like one of them. And I'm not going to say which one. I'm just like, all right, I'm like, well, I'm just gonna play this like you love me, sir. And I'm just like, I don't know.
So I was at an event a couple of years ago where the event that I was involved with had Sandy as a guest, and this was like an in-person stuff. So I was in charge of making sure that our guests and our fine VIPs were taken care of. So I go up to Sandy, and because Sandy's one of the guests, a presenter, shall we say, and I said, hey, Sandy, I got some drink tickets. What can I get you? He's like, oh, I don't drink caffeine but Sandy's a hardcore Mormon.
Yes, I knew that.
Hardcore Mormon, very religious. So Sandy does not take caffeine. He does not take alcohol, obviously. And I was like, okay, Sandy, I'm going to hook you up with the best water we got. Keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, I'm a big Call of Cthulhu fan. So Sandy is.
Oh, he's
on my Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
So I love Sandy. So I was happy to be the handler for Sandy, but the fact that Sandy wouldn't kick one back with me, I was a little sad.
Yeah, it's okay.
But I get it. He's Mormon.
Look, regardless of if he doesn't like me, I like him.
Yeah,
I think he's a guy who just doesn't give a fuck. That's what he's literally going to a convention, VentureCon, and like I said, VentureCon was some of the best gaming I've had.
If he knew anything about Venger's past, he might not go.
He does now. Like RPG Net did the requisite.
Okay,
I covered it. I think a couple of weeks ago. They did the requisite thread. Like, oh, can't believe Sandy's going. We all know. Look, RPG Net was retarded back in the day for different reasons, but it's just completely unhinged now.
Those people are unhinged.
Yeah, they are absolute lunatics. And they were already trying to. And I just think Sandy at his age is like, I don't care. Like
Sandy gives zero fucks.
Yeah. And like I said, I hope he likes me because like when he was on because there was some stuff with like a Kickstarter he was doing he's been trying to fulfill, and I do think he's trying to legit fulfill. Like I made sure to not like broach that subject at all. Like I don't want to embarrass him at all.
Well, keep in mind, Sandy's integrity is pretty high.
It is.
When Chaosium was doing a bunch of Kickstarters 12 years ago or so, which was they would do horror on the Orient Express.
Yeah,
that was a disaster, and they got the next Kickstarter to help pay that one. When things were falling apart, Sandy, who was a 10% owner in Chaosium at that time, he jumped in and said, I'm demanding to look at these books. I'm demanding to see what happened. And Sandy was like, holy shit, this is a friggin' mess. And Sandy figured out what Chaosium was up to, and people got fired, and Chaosium is now back on track. Chaosium is a solid company at this point.
Yeah, they hired Merles, Mike Merles.
He's already gone. Did you not see that? Merles left Chaosium this week. Merles is now at Asmodee.
You're kidding.
He was only with Chaosium for about 6 or 8 months. I mean, clearly he got a better deal at Asmodee. But yeah, I mean, audience, can you prove me wrong? Am I wrong on that? I thought I saw that.
I believe you. I mean, trust me, you're more. I could. Half of the time, it's my audience. It says, "Double D, did you see this?" And I'm like, "All right, let's."
As I mentioned, I'm a little
surprised.
I'm a little keyed in on the industry.
Yeah.
This is my industry insider status here.
Guys, did you know?
Did
you know?
Did Merles leave Chaosium?
Yeah. Did Merles leave Chaosium?
I thought I saw he left for Asmodee.
Yeah. Wow. That is something. Yeah,
that's a little weird. I thought that was strange. Only a few months.
Yeah, but like,
did he make one Cthulhu monster and leave? I mean, is that
that's his contribution?
His contribution. One Pen Dragon Sword.
It's kind of like Jess Lanzillo leaving Wizards. She's I think it's been maybe a year and a half.
Yeah.
She replaced Kyle Brink as the whatever.
That was the
overseer.
They're the white guys, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, there's
brink of disaster.
To me, that just as far as like Jess Lanzillo and Wizards, that just shows me like they don't see much of a future there.
We're getting some bad weather here, Double D. This is the famous.
On the way over, there were spots like it was like only a 10-minute stretch. It was pretty hairy.
We drove through West Virginia on Sunday. People died. Did you see that?
No, really.
People got swept away in West Virginia.
Fuck.
Which is, by the way, for your audience, West Virginia is my home state. So shout one out for the WV. Although I hate WVU passionately.
Morgantown, yeah.
Morgan Hole.
Morgan Hole. Yeah, one of the worst storms I ever rode through was coming back from South Carolina. Now we don't go up 79 when we go the other way up through Ohio.
Sure.
Just even though it adds a little bit more to our trip, I just like the trip a little bit better. It's less up and down.
Sure.
But still, like we ran into some of the worst weather I've ever. And this is summertime. I mean, it was rain so bad, like I couldn't see. Like I'm just like.
So, audience, it looks like in about 10 minutes there might be a guy out there loading up animals into a full 2x2.
Yeah.
So if something happens here, it's that's the technical difficulty we're going to have. And we're on a 19th floor here.
Yeah.
So this hotel, by the way, is 1 year old.
Oh, is it?
This is
it's the old one across the street?
No, there was. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This hotel, that took them 2 years to build. I remember last year they were like, or 2 years ago, we're going to be open June of 2024. And I was like, you are out of your minds. People are going to book in that hotel for Origins. No,
yeah.
They did it. It was open for Origins last year. I was shocked.
It's a nice hotel. It is. We're at the hill.
This is a nice hotel, yes.
Yeah. Hey, back to Jess Lanzillo and Wizards of the Coast. To me, that just like her leaving, Perkins and Crawford, just all everybody who's like just beat cheeks within the last 2 years, like not see some kind of future. At least,
so first
they're interested.
They stayed for as long as the books to come out, which is the appropriate thing to do, and they stayed.
They delivered the baby,
and I don't know what Hasbro Wizards corporate structure looks like, but at the company I work for, bonuses and the bonus money comes out in March or April. So my guess is those guys stuck around just long enough to get the corporate payout.
That's a fair point, actually. Let's see what Chris has today. Chris, we had bad weather the other day here. Oh yeah, giant bouncy castle into the interstate. Oh shit! Could you imagine driving on like I-79 or I-90 and seeing a bouncy castle?
It depends whether kids inside or not.
I was going to say, yeah.
If the kids still...
Yikes. You hear horror stories of those things floating away with like the kids still in them. So I couldn't imagine as a parent.
Any of your audience here from West Virginia?
Shout out.
Shout out if you're from the WV.
JP says, Chest, Virginia.
Chest, Virginia. That's my kind of place.
Travis says, Best Virginia. I think Travis is definitely from West Virginia.
What part, Travis?
Yeah, where you? And if you don't want to dox yourself, that's fine. But
I grew up in Huntington, West Virginia, which is right on the border of Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia, where all those states meet.
You a Marshall fan?
Everyone in my family except me went to Marshall. I went to the University of Dayton in Dayton, Ohio. A Catholic school. I am Roman Catholic, everyone.
Just 2 hours east, right?
It's about 3 hours.
Oh, is it 3 hours?
About 3 hours.
Oh, yeah, I guess it would be, yeah, because, you pass both. Columbus and Dayton both to get to Gen Con in Indy.
Yeah. So when I lived in Dayton, you can imagine how easy it was to get to Gen Con and Origins each summer. That was a breeze. I do not live in Dayton anymore, and getting to both cons is very long.
Yeah.
I live in the South these days.
Yeah.
My wife and I work for the same company, and they offered her a promotion contingent on us moving to the Southern office, and we were like, "Yeah, let's go." We don't like snow.
Hurricane, West Virginia. You heard of it?
Yeah, that's actually pretty close to Huntington. That's about 30 minutes.
Well, you can
Hurricane.
You can look up Travis. He's a good dude.
Oh, good. Well, Hurricane, Travis, you've probably been to the Huntington Mall. That shithole.
Buster TN, Harlan County.
I don't know that. That Harlan County was. Did you ever see Justified?
I know what it is, but
that's an amazing show. You need to watch Justified. You'd love it. Trust me, you'd love it.
Is that the one where the guy he had the speech in the car, like if you wake up and see an asshole? Yeah. I know that part of it. Yeah, that's a cool.
It's
a cool
the star is what's his name?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Great, good-looking dude.
Charming, ruggedly handsome.
Yeah. And I mean, typically, I watch these shows and I'm like, oh, hero, you do so many stupid things. This hero, everything he does that is stupid makes perfect sense. Justified, audience Justified is a great show. Love Justified.
All right, do a few more of these here. Just to call out. I don't want the chat thinking I'm ignoring.
No. Ignore me.
Shepherdstown.
Now,
if you've heard of it,
one of my
Harper's Ferry.
One of my first girlfriends was from Shepherdstown. Her name was Becca, and her father was a history professor, and his name was William C. Davis, and he was an expert on the Civil War. And his son, he named Jefferson.
Ooh,
Jefferson Davis.
That's a tough. That's a tough legacy to live up to.
Yeah.
But that was Timothy Olyphant.
From
Deadwood. Yeah, also from Deadwood. Yeah,
and a couple of episodes of The Office.
Yes, yeah, good actor. Yeah,
he's a good actor. I like him.
All right, let's give before we go back to our convo. Why don't you put on your cans?
What are we doing?
Let's do one of yours. One of your favorites,
Garibay.
Yeah.
All right. So before you start, audience, I have some Garibay theories that I want to share with you once we're done.
All right.
Hi, friends. It's your pal, Scott Garibay, and today we are going to talk about Critical Role lead Matthew Mercer, Dragon Master Orion.
Dragon Master. Fuck that. You're an idiot. So, audience, Casey, again, as a Garibologist, I have sussed this out. He refuses to use the term player for, Scott's a player, and Double D's a player in my game. He is going to say, oh, he's a Dragon Master in my game. It's like, that is the most pretentious fuck thing. Shut up, Garibay. But go on.
The success of Critical Role and Grace Randolph, the best movie reviewer in the world, and American politics, because they're all connected.
Pause it. So this Grace Randolph figure,
I know who she is.
I don't know who she was other than Garibay. I guess she's a movie reviewer, and she must have done something Garibay liked, because now all he does is blather on about her and what a great person she is. And I'll bet you, if you search deep enough, she must have lauded some film that he liked.
Yeah, that's his MO.
He's hanging off her clit like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, she is very.
Can I say clip?
Yeah. No worries.
That's pretty vulgar.
Yeah, she's the one. She'll do reviews from her apartment. She's got a ton of money, and it's just the most low tech video, her sitting on her floor in her New York apartment or whatever. It's Grace Randolph, and we're gonna go beyond the trailer.
That sounds like one of Homer's sister-in-laws.
Yeah.
Selma.
Oh, that's I was gonna be. It's probably Selma. Yeah. He raised his camera. Interesting. He's learning, Ryan. He's learning. Thank you very much, brother.
What they answer is what is at stake. What is at stake with Critical Role? Because this is why I am doing the Orion Akama main quest.
So just so your audience knows, I'm working myself up to commenting. And by the way, commenting on a Garibay video, you're taking your life in your hands. But I've been working my way up to eventually putting a comment in there like, "Hey, buddy, do people's food ever get cold? Too long?" And just see what he says. He'll probably fight you for that because he is ornery. He is an ornery.
Yeah.
He's an ornery.
Yeah, Webhead Mike says he's definitely has.
That's the dude that used to be in his game, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. He kind of knows Scott. He's played with him. He's gamed with him.
I want to talk to Webhead Mike at some point.
I had him on.
Yeah, I remember. As a Garibologist, I'm well aware.
You are an
So
exquisite
my
Garibologist.
quest is to return Orion Akaba to the critical, is to get Orion Akaba an invitation.
What the fuck Grace Randolph has to do with Orion Akaba and Garibay? What's going to happen when he does not return to the show? I mean, are you going to go on a crusade? Because clearly Garibay loves Critical Role. He will talk about what a douchebag Mercer is. That's all performative because he is hanging off the jock.
Yeah, he's watching.
Yeah,
I mean, he's watching.
To return to the Critical Role Exandria Season 4 Episode 1
Fuck off.
Physical Chair
Just
at
fuck
the
off.
Honored Right Hand of Matthew Mercer.
Honored right hand.
Right hand.
Like Jesus and
I'm just like, yeah, Jesus has his.
Okay, and I think some people have been like, and that's a great point, right?
No, it's not.
My
Yeah, terrible point.
quest
Terrible point.
is to get him the invitation. If Orion Akaba turns down that invitation, no problem. That's fully his right. I don't think there's any world in which he would ever do that.
I agree with
but I
Garibay
believe
here.
he is owed that invitation so that he and I believe 100% he will. Right?
I agree with you. If he is offered, he'll return. Trust me. But he's not going to be offered, Scott. He's not going to be offered.
I even wonder, like, would he return? Like, he probably doesn't like these people. Like, they kind of did him. I don't want to say
Garibay continues to use the term exiled. You know what, Garibay? As a lawyer, let me tell you, there's a lot more complicated things that happened behind the screen here.
Yeah.
But anyway, Scott Garibay, fuck off.
Right, if he's going to return or not. What my main quest is to get that
Quest.
invitation given to him. He is due that invitation, and frankly,
Pause it.
He is
So, of the 17 people who watched this video, let's hope one of them was Matt Mercer. I'm guessing one of them was not Matt Mercer.
No, that is true. It's probably like 17 people.
I mean, I'm guessing Garibay's sitting there going, "Oh, well, if this only gets into Mercer's hands, oh, he'll
Yeah, it'll be like an earworm." Robert Santon, the hero of Saturday Night. Did he have a troubled childhood for $10?
Me or him?
I would think Scott.
Okay.
Maybe you too. I can't see you having a troubled childhood. You're too.
Let me tell you I'll tell you later about some mischief I got into. almost sent me to the Hooskow.
I believe it. Thank you, by the way, Robert, and thank you so much for your generosity on Saturday. Warren Johnson, $5 Canadian. Say what you will, but I don't think Grace Randolph will go behind the door, behind the door dash.
Jesus Christ!
That's the name of her. It's like behind the trailer or something. Behind the door dash. Thank you, Warren. And look, one more. Our pal Chris Miller. I want to see Garibay as a dash cam assassin. He drives to a house while nonchalantly talking about D&D, then pulls a gun and does a drive-by.
Suddenly the story got very dark.
I was going to say. Let's hope that doesn't happen. We like Scott just where he is, lovable and crazy.
He is due the seat, and I believe the invitation equals the seat. I don't think there's any world in which Orion Akaba would turn that down. Although he's his own man, right? He gets to make his own decisions, right? But I'm a member.
What do you think Orion Akaba thinks? Like,
I would love to see an Orion Akaba response video. Like, Scott Garibay, please stop
trying to help me. Please stop.
Of the Critical Role, I'm a member of the Critical Role community, right? I'm a member of the Dungeons and Dragons community.
Oh, I bet you are.
And it is absolutely, in my humble opinion, correct.
Pause it. You notice, audience, he constantly says, in my humble opinion, I think this is a tell. Because first of all, none of this shit is his humble opinion. He states all this crap as fact.
He is anything but humble.
And no, he's the most arrogant motherfucker I've ever seen.
Yes.
So whenever he says my humble opinion, those are clearly just words that he dribbles out like diarrhea on the fucking toilet. Yeah. It makes no. But anyway, go ahead. I don't want to ruin my points for later.
Pursue this main quest. Right?
My prosecution of Garibay later.
All right, so let's get in. So I have 183 videos in this.
I bet you do.
Playlist. I have discussed
183
more extensively the Orion Akaba exile than anyone in the world, and not by a small margin.
By this rationale, I should be able to discuss Garibay because I have watched 100 Garibay videos. Yeah. Garibay, you think that you have something to say? I got something to say about you.
To Garibay's dream of electric.
Oh, classic. Nice. I like that.
Good reference there, Warren.
A large margin. In my humble opinion, I am now the foremost expert in the world.
You son of a bitch.
Akaba.
It's like saying like a stalker. It's like I am the foremost expert in the world on Jenny from 12th grade, because I got my binoculars focused on
authority on garbage pail kids. Oh, whatever, sure. Enjoy that, Sticky Ricky or whatever his name was.
On the Orion Akaba exile event. On the Orion Akaba exile event.
Napoleon coming from Elba.
I am absolutely the foremost expert in the world. No one in the world knows more about this subject than me.
I agree.
Looks good. Yeah. Guess what? You want to learn about something? Say your opinion about it publicly, right? Connect it to your identity.
Because say it humbly. He does his head movement. Like, say it humbly.
I actually agree with his point here, where he says if you want to get educated on something, publicly say something on the internet, people will dogpile you. He is right there. Yeah, I will give him that.
Yeah.
People will run. There is no fork. You want to talk about a. People say there isn't a perpetual energy machine. There is, right? Just say something wrong on the internet, you'll be corrected within 5 seconds.
Brute is spot on. I'll give him that.
That is true.
By just strapping ropes to people.
But it's like everybody who's commented on his videos have told him, like, dude, you're unhinged. Like, give it up. He doesn't want to come back. He doesn't deserve to come back.
He will fight you. Garibay will come to your home, dash and all, with knives.
Oh, yeah. In his comments, like, he is pretty, like, basically like, fuck you.
I have gotten into it with Garibay a few times.
in the
Yeah. And I have to your fans later on. If you want to get Garibay, I got an idea. But
Ryan for 742. That is a very specific number. You were either on a budget or making a point, my buddy. I met Ryan at Warzone Matrix in Cleveland.
Where?
The game store in Cleveland.
Oh, see, as someone who lived in Dayton,
yeah,
I never went to the People's Republic of Cleveland.
You should go there one time at least to see it. It is the most glorious mess of a game store.
I might meet a Browns fan.
I like your friend Double D. Please take this and buy him a beer, soda, whatever he partakes.
Well, I did bring beer to the hotel room.
Yeah. He didn't come in empty-handed. No, like a good friend. Yep. Absolutely.
Do you want some beer?
No, I'm gonna stick.
Stick with
the hard stuff. Yeah. Whiskey before beer, never risky. Is that what the old saying is?
As a con alcoholic, I don't understand those phrases. But
stalker of gaming cards coming for dinner. That's Cal, our fearless moderator.
Good I like Cal. Cal, you're a good dude.
Oh, he's a very good dude. Yeah, just
you keep order.
Yep. It's a very. There's peace in the kingdom.
So just real quick, and I know we're in Garibay. I have a slight diversion question. So, and this is Cal oriented here. Do you get troublemakers in your chat? Do people come in and go, "Oh, fuck this guy"? And is that what Cal's job is, to kick those people out?
Yeah.
Or how often do you get troublemakers?
Not often at all.
Okay.
Sometimes, like, there was that guy, Actual Jake.
That guy is awful. Jesus Christ. That guy is so cringy and creepy.
Yeah, creepy is the yeah. So like one time, like he and a bunch of his like friends kind of came over and like kind
Dude is a soggy corn dog, is what that guy is.
Yeah. And even then, I'm kind of like, yeah, look, you can call me a poopy head or whatever. That's fine. Just please don't spam it like 10 times and just be intentional.
That's quite fair here.
Yeah, and it's like the way I view it is like this is my house. Like people are like, oh, you're about free speech in the real world. Yeah, but I'm also not about people walking into my living room and saying you're a fucking retard.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll police it any way I want, and I will brook some dissent. But I'm just saying, if you're just going to spam it and you're just here to cause trouble, well, then, time them out or get them the fuck out of here. I don't care. It's not like they have my best interest at heart, so fuck them.
He's not giving you any memberships.
Yeah. And plus, like, people are here to watch, like, the members, and all that. They're here to kind of listen to us, watch what's going on. If they're just paying attention to the chat because there's some retard who's just causing trouble, well, then they're kind of missing everything.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
To me, it's just like that's how I run, the business. Like I'll give you one shot. I'll even give you two, but take your shot, make them good, and then just that's it. I mean, if you have something pertinent to say about what's going on, that's fine. But
Jesus, do you realize this is a 16-minute video?
I do. Yeah, we're not gonna watch.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna take an hour to get through.
No, yeah, it's.
That something was said wrong on the internet. They will run to their keyboard so fast that the friction that the static electricity from the rope going across the carpet will power their city for the next month. It's like, and so I've said a lot of stuff and people are like, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. Some of it I have corrected, and others I'm like, you simply don't, you're ignorant. You don't understand the situation. You're wrong, right? Like, so, and I've had the most robust conversation about the critical role Orion Akaba exile of anyone in the world. And in addition, I've done something that nobody's been doing for 10 years because this was forbidden. You are literally not allowed. Critical Role has forbidden open discussion about Orion Akaba for a decade. While simultaneously publishing his original art, original character, and
he keeps leaning into that. Like he
contributed. He was as an intellectual property lawyer. You signed that away. He's a slave. No, let me tell you how slavery works, and that is not it. You want another splash of this, my buddy?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're gonna get yours. Oh, you brought up that. See, top and
I come prepared. I'm a professional, Mr. Hester.
Yes, we're top and double D off.
Get a nice little. Kind of relaxation.
This doesn't happen back in Erie, does it?
Doesn't. Generally, it's not a good idea to drink on stream. Now, when you're live at a location, it's like all bets are off. But I kind of like it.
Original labor in 3
we'll do a few more minutes.
Print, video, and print. I'm sorry, audio, video, and print. Incredible, right? All right. So the reason why I've done 180 videos and am approaching 200 videos on the topic is because of the stakes of Critical Role. What are the stakes of Critical Role? Oh, well, there's no stakes on Critical Role, Scott. It's an action play of Dungeons and Dragons. You ridiculous fool! See,
shut your flapping maw.
Feel your flapping maw. You know nothing. The fate of the world rests on Matthew Mercer's shoulders. I assure you. Okay?
And did you say the fate of the world?
Rests on Matthew Mercer's shoulders. I mean, Scott, do you have any credibility left? I mean, come on now, buddy. Come on.
The fate of the world.
And I want your audience to remember this because, again, when we're done, I got a couple of thoughts I want to share that may put Garibay in a little bit different of a perspective. But again, let's not belay this any longer. So let's move this along.
So, Scott, where's the receipts on that? Here you go. Here's your freaking receipts, you ridiculous fool. Here we go. All right. Grace Randolph. She is the best movie reviewer in the world. She is also the model of my channel, right? Everything she does, she's ahead of me. She's better than me. And everything I do on my channel is to match her energy, her pattern, her model, right? She is the very best movie reviewer in the world. And as
who's he
discussing,
Grace Randolph.
American.
Oh God, I've never seen this. I mean, I'm tempted to go check this lady out.
She's like she's one of those women, like, a couple years back, if you kind of squinted, you're like, maybe there's something there. Like, she's okay.
Garibay sees in
her. Honestly, just a talking point.
I mean, clearly he must.
Yeah.
He must
just a talking point.
He must enjoy what she has to say. I mean, to be fair to him.
Yeah, she's just kind of beat now. Like, she probably was never like actually what you would consider like good looking, but she has this. I think she has this way of like talking about stuff. She's like over the top, like, let's talk about this now.
Like a Mike Myers character.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
And,
yeah, and then to her credit, very successful. Like, she's got millions of subscribers.
And Garibay.
And Garibay loves her. What's not to love about that? Thrax is $10. I think there's enough video evidence to have Scott committed by now, huh?
You know, I remember there was a time, gosh, I was catching up on episodes that I hadn't seen of yours before after you mentioned this to me last year. And there was a time where you thought, like, you saw a video of him and you were like, we need to contact people. I think I did. On the verge.
I did. 1 second. He's out there operating a video while existing in a fantasy world where he is. All right. Have fun at Origins. Thank you so much, Thraxis. We will.
Origins is shit, but we'll have fun.
Yeah, it's.
You need to come to Origins. It is like the hee-haw gaming convention.
It's not even like the Burger King of of the fast food. It's like the Carl's Jr. Like, if you'd look at it like objectively, like, McDonald's would be like Gen Con.
The RPGs here are great. I'll give you that.
Yeah, honestly, I don't doubt that there's probably better gaming here. I lost my point. Probably too much.
Grace Randolph.
Yeah, Grace Randolph. What's I going to say? I can't remember.
Just let Garibay speak for you.
Let Garibay speak. Garibay is a one is $10 Canadian. Garibay is right about one thing. No one has talked obsessively about Grace Randolph and Critical Role, making people wait far longer than necessary for their food.
Keep in mind, everyone, that Garibay said a few moments ago that he is going to connect all of them. Spoiler alert, I watched this video. He does not.
Oh, really?
He does not. It's more rambling nonsense.
Oh, buddy Patrick, $2 now. Garibay has a Garrett Chubby for her. Probably. You think, I think he sees a little bit of a talking point, but...
No, do watch carefully. Mr. Garibay does not have a wedding ring on his finger.
Oh, it was about Scott. Yeah, me being concerned. That was legit concern, because if you recall that video, he started kind of breaking down, like he was getting choked up while talking about something, and he was like, and it was like, oh, you're going from choked up to biblical vengeance. And I think I did reach out.
His wife left him for Condor.
Oh God.
Maybe they're brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say they're brothers. Take off your hoser. Yeah, I actually did call, not call, but I reached out to Webhead Mike. I'm like, do you know anybody around Scott still? I'm like, can you just kind of check in and just make sure he's not about to become famous for all the wrong reasons? And to Mike's credit, he's like, yeah, I still can kind of.
I do.
For secondhand check in on it.
For the record, I would love to have a conference call with Webhead Mike, just me and him. I've got my questions have questions, but anyway. Go on.
Webhead Mike, I can probably put you in touch with him.
I would love
Webhead Mike, give me your contact info via Twitter, and I'll put you in touch with Haster.
You can enter American movies for 10, 15 years on the YouTube, right? I do the same thing, but for D&D, right? And so recently she did a live, okay? She does lives 3 days a week. Okay, she's promised it to her subscribers.
Yeah, he did the move. Right? He did the Garibay maneuver. You know how the Picard maneuver was him touching. Yeah. The Garibay maneuver is just obsessively
and someone's food is going to get touched by that.
I know, that's what I was going to say. If I was in Philly, I'm just playing roulette with my food. Please don't let it be this guy. Left him for Condor's brother. Yes. I have some Condor magic too.
And it's really fascinating because this gets really interesting. So what happened? So she goes on a live and she does a live, and you can look at it. It's the live for Great in June 2025, labeled Warner Brothers Split Explained. Okay, so you can watch that if you want to. Everything I'm about to say here, you will find there, right? Like the reason why we're talking. So Grace Randolph used to be a movie reviewer. Now she's a political pundit, and not just any political pundit. Better than any political pundit they have ever booked on CNN. Okay.
Grace Randolph is a political pundit.
I mean, I
gotta be
need
fucking
to check
kidding.
this lady out. I mean, for a person who claims to be a Garibologist, I probably should check the
You should, yeah. It's called. I think her channel is like Beyond the Trailer, if I'm not mistaken. It's like it reminds me of like an old SNL skit. Like it was called Coffee Talk. The Sinatra Group. Oh, listen here. Yes, for this Frank Sinatra. There was one
staying as Billy Idol.
Yeah, this one was
Sinead O'Connor.
Was Luke from Two Live Crew.
Oh yeah.
That
it was Chris
Rock, and it was playing him, and Frank Sinatra is like, "You're going to baby." And he's like, "Nice." Frank's like trying to blow, smoke up his ass, and even he's admitting, like, "I don't got any talent, Frank."
Edie Gourmet or
Stephen Edie
Gourmet.
Have you ever heard the Edie? Is it Goulet? I guess Goulet.
Bob Goulet is somebody. I think their name was
Gourmet.
Gourmet. I think it was
Edie Gourmet. Did you ever hear her song "Climb Up the Wall"? Good song.
Mike Myers played Steve, and Victoria Jackson was Edie.
Yeah,
I know my
CNN,
lore.
MSNBC, frankly, New
You're
York
men of a
Times,
different
I would say
era.
Wall Street Journal. All of their reporters have the same problem, right? They're all garbage, right? All garbage, all garbage, all garbage, all garbage.
All garbage.
I wonder if they're garbage.
They're utter shits and garbage.
Right.
And garbage.
Why are they garbage? Truth and agenda, right? Nothing out of their mouth will ever be these two things. One, their own idea, and true, right? Might be one.
What the
but it
fuck
can't
is
be
he
both,
even talking?
right? So first of all, I say the reporters on those almost never speak truth, right? It's all like so slanted.
This
and
fucker's
like
tangents
so
have
deep in the weeds
tangents.
for
I
liberals
know.
and so progressive that they'll lie constantly. If they even
We just need somebody
brush
to,
against the subject of conservatives or
to come out with the
Republicans,
gong.
they'll lie, right? The next one is just because they're
Come
biased.
on, Chad. Give us the gong.
Truth is they're
We'll move
allergic
on.
to truth about Republicans or conservatism, or frankly anything patriotic for America. There's like there's a long list. There's a long on environment. There's just on a long list of topics. They're incapable of speaking truth. Sometimes they speak truth, right? But they're still garbage. Why? Okay, because of agenda. When they go into their jobs, there's like a corporate person that comes in and says,
Where are you going with any of this? Come on. How does Orion Akaba or Grace Randolph have to do with any of this? Jesus Christ.
I'm going to call it.
I mean,
I'm
we're
calling
not
it.
So
Patient died at the 6-7 minutes.
Audience, you aren't missing much. I must confess, I watched this entire video. 16 minutes. That's actually long.
He never the point because I just watched the first minute.
So here's my thought about Garibay. The dude is either a lunatic, a liar, or an imbecile. I actually think he is two of those three things, but not all three. Now, first of all, full disclosure, Garibay has explained to his audience something that several times, Garibay is anti-Catholic. Now, as a Roman Catholic, I'm extremely offended by Garibay's bigotry. Garibay hates Catholics. He's an evangelical Christian. Now, I don't have any problem with evangelical Christians on its face, but Garibay represents one of those styles of evangelical Christian, which is like, oh, of course. And he will tell you, Catholics worship Mary. Catholics do not worship Mary. They do not worship the Pope. They do not do any of that. I mean, Catholics, even Christians, Garibay, they are the original Christians, just so we're clear. Now,
you know what I found coming home from Central New York RPG Con? I went to a rest stop somewhere, between, Utica and Buffalo, and there was this hadn't happened to me literally in 20 years.
You found a chick drag.
I found a chick on the urinal. Right, sitting around the urinal. You know what? I was like,
should I touch it? I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm not bringing it. It was the one called The Beast.
So, assuming that your audience knows what chick tracks are, I used to go by, and one of my favorite beers is Blue Moon. I love Blue Moon. Just love it. It tastes
Well,
creamy
you're
and
supposed to
sweet.
serve with an orange.
Oh, yeah. And I put several in your fridge, by the way, for later on. But in any event, you can buy Blue Moon 12 packs, and in Ohio, you will often find chick tracks slipped into your Blue Moon. True story. Oh, yes. I would get home, open up those 12 packs to put them in the fridge, and sure enough, there would be Death Cookie in there. Death Cookie is the anti-Catholic, of course. But,
Union.
Garibay, first of all, I think that all of this Orion Akaba nonsense is a desperate hope that he's bringing in the Critical Role audience to argue with him, to bicker with him, and so on.
Well, yeah, because it worked the first couple that got picked.
There are diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Because if you listen to his Orion Akaba nonsense, it is the same thing over. He doesn't have a new thought on it. It's like he has 3 positions and regurgitates them 17 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, I'm willing to accept your argument. I disagree with it, but you keep on regurgitating the same thing. Move on. But no, he is desperate to get that Critical Role audience, and I think he's stupid enough to think that those Critical Role people are going to continue to come in and bicker with him or dicker with him. But let me tell you something, audience. If you ever gone to a Garibay video and commented like, I think you're wrong, even be somewhat respectful. He will tear into you and just rip into you. So
in that, he's kind of like Condor. Because Condor will have people commenting on it, like a couple. So they'll actually be sort of on his side, but he doesn't know how to be kind of like gracious and like, oh, thank you so much. And even if you don't agree with something, sometimes it's just good to say thank you for watching. He will get into it with people who are sort of on his side. It's like, you have so few people on your side. Why would you do that? Hold on one second. Let me clean this up. Alex Jones called, and even he thinks this is some crazy shit, even after taking DMT with Joe Rogan. Thank you very much.
There's a lot of deep cuts there.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a deep one. And Harvey and I chick tracks. Now there's a flashback. Yeah. To me, my heart just kind of warmed up. Anti-D&D, anti-Catholic stuff aside, I gotta say, my heart just kind of like swelled 3 times that day when I found it. Yeah.
So Jack Chick is one of these people who, again, audience, please forgive me for a moment. I don't hate Jack Chick. No. And Jack Chick's dead now, but long dead. I think Jack Chick, despite being as virulently anti-Catholic as he was, I think he truly wanted to help people. I think he was sincere. He was insane and lived in a bubble, but I think Jack Chick truly wanted to help people. There's Reverend Phelps of the God Hates. That was not a good person. That was a crazy person.
Yeah. And kind of lazy too. Like you gotta hand it to somebody who's like, I think Catholics are on the wrong path. I think people who play D&D are on the wrong path. So I'm going to hire an artist to write, I'm going to write and then hire an artist to draw a little comic book. I'm going to try to get it into people's hands under the hope that they will spread it far and wide. You got to admire the moxie just a little bit.
I had this nice book that I bought, which was half of the book was a history of Jack Chick by this dude who was like, yeah, I met Jack Chick. It was fascinating. The second half is like a collectible guide for all the tracks and what they're worth. This is a fascinating book. I love it.
Oh, I'd like to see that. I'd like to lay hands on that.
I'll send you the name of the book.
Yeah.
You can probably get it off Amazon.
Yeah, just like it kind of honestly, maybe it's just kind of nostalgia, but it took me back to a simpler time when I
wonder who's publishing Chick Tracks at this point.
I mean, he had to have somebody take over his ministry, right?
Yes, but I mean, Chick was pretty fringe even for the Protestant, faithful.
I mean, he was fringe in his views, but he was also widely known, because
someone would find value in that publishing and someone would buy that, I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think when I was younger, I might have even called just to kind of give hell to like somebody there, what are you guys producing? And I from what I remember, I was, like I said, I was probably really young. And honestly, the one thing I remember, and this is a very good life lesson, the secretary who answered was the sweetest lady ever. she's like, "Oh, okay, honey," and she was just didn't rise to probably the bait that I was like putting out there. And then you know what? I hung up and I'm like, that's okay. I didn't want to. I wasn't in fight mode.
Full disclosure, I worked / still work for a company that in the 90s and 2000s was famous for having public records on people. And at that time, there was no congressional oversight over what we did. So I remember looking up Jack Chick's personal phone number and address. I'm a big fan of Brett Favre because I'm a big Green Bay Packers fan. I looked up Brett Favre's phone number and address. I looked up Scarlett Johansson's phone number and address. And
abuse.
And Mira Sorvino, my heartthrob lady in the day. I never called him. Though I wrote down Chick's number because I thought, okay, at Gen Con, I'm going to use a phone at Gen Con to call up Jack Chick.
I just called the business number because I think it might have been on one of the tracks or something, or I don't know.
JTC offices.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just a simpler time, and like I said, I'm just like I admire the hustle. I admire the grind.
That guy. I mean, again, Jack Chick hated Catholics, and I'm a Catholic, but I love Jack Chick in many ways because I truly think in his heart of hearts he thought he was doing the right thing.
And it's like the Dark Dungeons one too that of course everybody wants. It's like it's become almost like part of D&D. It's not like this thing that's going to tear
Jack
down.
Chick, you do not realize this, but you are enshrined in gamer lore.
It's like, yes, we love you.
We love Jack Chick.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Check out some of the chat here. All right, so Man of War, the neighbor of the beast. Good to see you here, buddy. Chick Publications is still a thing. Yeah, I figured it was too big, probably too big of a.
Who owns it? Does anyone in the chat know? Who's publishing Chick?
Somebody.
Chick's been dead 10 years, I think.
At least, yeah, at least.
The Jesuits got him.
Yeah. All right, so
he couldn't survive the election of the Pope.
All right, so one of the guys I always crack on this channel, and maybe you've met him in your in your dealings, just across the board. I do not like Russ Morrissey, the head of the N-word.
Check about Russ.
I think Russ is an awful guy.
So Russ is awful in the same way that I'm trying to think of what character he would be representative of. Russ
Grima Wormtongue.
Well, no, because Grima Wormtongue was actively seeking to do evil. Yeah, Russ is, I want to do the thing that makes me the most popular with people. So who would that be? Who is the character that chooses to do the weak thing because he wants to be popular? Now, make no mistake. Russ Morrissey, who is the president or leader of the N-World, which, by the way, EN is Eric, not Russ. Russ took over this.
But people always forget. I have to correct people on this. He had EN World before, but it stood for Eldritch News, didn't it?
Did it? Okay.
It did, yes. So I will give him that. It was just that, because people thought, he's even keeping the name EN. And I think for a time, he tried to correct people, and then after a while, he's just probably fuck it.
Russ,
they want to think it's named after Eric.
Russ is a total weasel. Total weasel.
Absolute
but he is not. I don't think he's a bad dude. I think he's a weak, weaselly sort of.
I can believe
just sort of smarmy dude.
Yes, I will believe it. I can believe it.
There are worse people. There are people who actively do worse things than Russ.
Yeah. All right.
I remember.
I've changed my opinion. I'm coming around to that.
Well, I mean,
he's not evil. He's just grimy. He's like Paul Reiser in Aliens.
Yeah. Well, no, Paul Reiser was willing to slaughter all those people to get the.
Yeah, he did it with a smile on his face. Well, he wanted to save himself, but he's if people had to die, okay, maybe, but he didn't relish it. He wasn't evil, I'm going to kill these people.
I'm trying to think of a good example. I mean, not quite. He's a bit more like Fredo. Fredo from The Godfather.
You broke my heart, Fredo. You broke my heart, Russ. Yeah, I've pretty much done. I don't really go to EN World.
I haven't been there in years.
Every time I'll pop in, and I do my best to get banned. I tried the same thing on RPGNet, and honestly, it took 5 minutes. I just created a thread that was like, let's just say, very spicy, and immediately, like, you're done. The thread is gone, and you've been banned for life.
If you can bring up what's the game? Axe. What's the game?
Adventure Conquer?
Yeah. That's the game they hate.
Yeah, because they don't like the Alex McCreast. Yeah, and it would be the same if it was Greg Gillespie, one of my buddies who did Dragon Slayer.
I saw you talking to Greg at Central New York.
A super guy.
I don't know if that game is for me, but that guy seems really chill. That guy seems really cool. And
he is,
and Barrel Light seems like a good adventure to me.
All of his dungeons, honestly, you should pick up. They are fascinating, and I'm working my way up to doing a video on how his Dwaro Deep might be the best adventure ever.
I would totally watch that.
He put so much love into this, Pastor. Like, he loves like Moria and that whole thing. He did a whole like a book this thick on that, and it's like you can just see like and it's like deep. So I'm going through it now, and I think I'm going to do a video on it.
So audience, I am getting balls deep into Shadowdark, and Shadowdark, which again,
which Greg does not like.
Well, no, I get it.
But to be fair, like, he's open to conversation, because that actually came up because my wife, Mrs. D, said, like, "What do you think of Shadowdark?" And I'm like, "Oh God, here it comes." Because I talked to Greg about this earlier. He's like, "For this reason, this," but it was never like, "I hate this." I hate that. It was never irrational. He was like, "I don't like it because this," because he's a college professor.
Sure,
everything he does is logical. He is wicked smart. And if the wicked smart doesn't get you, like the 6'6",
I am in this
220 will.
I am in this weird penumbra where I do not really care for old school games.
Mm-hmm.
I like old school philosophy.
So, to be fair, I think there's a lot of folks, even probably in the chat, who would agree with that.
I like Shadowdark because it has modern mechanics.
Yeah.
But I like old school philosophy.
Yeah, but by the way, you're not nearly
in the penumbra
alone.
I think I am.
Alone there. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of folks. Shadowdark is a big favorite in my chat.
Sure,
and I like it too.
I have found that flipping through my old TSR modules, that those are an easy flip to Shadowdark, where I can just say, I can run Lost Caverns of Softchange, and I mean, I can run some of these old adventures relatively easily.
I mean, people don't understand the simple math. It's just like, just take the number 19, okay, with the armor class.
No, I'm not a THACO guy.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, if you want to translate like an old school, like AC2 is AC 17.
Yeah.
That's just the number 19. You just subtract it, or if it's really low, you add it. Let me clean this up. Luis Rivera just gifted 5 memberships. Amigo. Gracias.
I'm not one of those memberships. How do I get a membership?
I don't know. Maybe you did. If you're logged in, you may have.
Not.
You may have.
Mrs. Haster might be in. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm sure she will give us a shout out if she did.
She had some work to do tonight, so she was going to toggle back and forth.
Yeah, but even like Greg's game, Dragon Slayer. To me, it's a fantastic game. Yes, rules-wise, it is a retro clone, but he has put like there's new spells in there. Plus, I've kind of just discovered like the whole THACO thing. Like, if you just realize, like, for those old school games, all you're doing is rolling a die 20. Now in new school, it's like, oh, it's the target number. I have modifiers, and I'll do. All you do with the old school is your target number is static. It's a 20. So all you're adding to your roll is your opponent's armor class.
So full disclosure to your audience, 10 years ago, for about 2 years, I was an Ennies judge. And 10 years ago, we got some retro clones. And I will tell you, there was one retro clone that I really fell in love with. And I am not a retro clone kind of dude, but there was one that I thought, chef's kiss, this is what Gary had in mind. And it was it has a different name now, but at the time it was I got this box set, it was beautiful. It was Amazing Sorcerers Hyperborea. It's just called Hyperborea now.
Hyperborea is a fantastic
it was originally called The Amazing Sorcerers and Swordsmen.
Okay.
It had this convoluted name that was very complicated. Hyperborea was good, and I recently went back and looked at that. My problem with it is it's human-centric. You can't play elves or halfling. And
that is right up my alley. That is right up my alley.
Sure. I just feel like whenever I run a fantasy game, I want 90% of the characters to be human, but I want a couple of them to be
for a little flavor. I understand
a little
that too.
flavor.
I do, yeah. I do
And
understand.
I'm sorry, chat. I do not believe elf is a class.
Halfling is a class, yeah.
Not a class. And if I see,
honestly, I'm kind of with you there. I'm with you there. They're a race. Like that was just in the early days when they were kind of fumbling around.
Full disclosure, I am playing in a D&D game on Monday night. I am playing a Kinku.
But what the fuck is
it's the Raven person? But my gag was I showed up in this plague doctor outfit. I put off the mask. I mean, so this particular GM, I like the GM, but the previous games had gone so off the rails. I'm like, you know what? I'm not playing anything serious in your game this time. This time I'm playing a Kinku who wears a plague doctor mask. That's the gag. But I do not believe that there should be too many Muppets, and I call them Muppets.
You do, yeah.
Muppets. Tabaxi are fine. Kinku are fine. All those crazy races are fine if there's just one of them. It makes for a little bit more interest than just a bunch of bog standard humans.
Yeah. I like mine pretty white bread, straight down the fairway. Like
no problem with that.
If it's a group of humans and there's one elf, you're good.
Yeah.
A group of humans, one dwarf, you're good. Group of humans, one elf and one dwarf, you're okay, but I got my eye on you.
Because the problem is, I'm looking at the perspective of the village. What does the village do when a slug man and a dwarf man and 2 Hadozi 8 people come through? No, I can't handle this.
I know Hadozi in their traveling minstrels.
What do you think, chat?
Yeah, tell us,
chat. What do you like?
Yeah, I still can't believe what's his name got fired for that whole thing. Who the fuck was that? Somebody at Wizards of the Coast took the bullet for that Hadozi thing. DB Hyperborea is human centric by design. Yeah.
Pulps, and I
simulations. A la Howard Moorcock, Fofford and the Grey Mouser, Subhuman for Grease Art the Stars in those. So yeah.
But see, I have one particular, in fact, Squirrel Nutkin. So all the games I run, and this may be horrible to hear, but all the games I run are online because I like the idea of playing with people across the country, and I use Roll20. I am a huge Roll20 player. Squirrel Nutkin is in 2 of my games, and Squirrel Nutkin has this belief, and I kind of agree with him, or I understand him, that I have played humans over the years and years. I want to play something different. I want to play a woman. I want to play a changeling. I want to play, and because this guy has been playing since the early 80s, what more is there for him to do? So he wants to play something radical. He hates playing human people. He wants to play something different. I totally understand that.
Well, I can understand that coming from someone like him or us. Like, hey, we've done it all, so we want something different. But we're going to do it with all due respect. Instead of somebody who's like just into the game for like a month and like, ooh, I like the cat people. And I'm going to wear my ears and a little fake tail to the game.
I mean, you have a situation with Wizards where they're looking at D&D Beyond, and they are seeing that the average campaign is 6 to 8 sessions long, and that the races being picked by people. I mean, Wizards knows what they're doing with regards to what their market research is. And again, to defend Wizards somewhat, they are reacting to their audience. They are reacting to their base. The fact that you don't like them and their audience doesn't like them, I understand that, because they are diverting off into different paths. The best thing that Wizards could do is retain that license to produce the underoos, the hats, the T-shirts, and farm out the actual game
Well, I think
to
that's
somebody else.
I think that's what
That's
going to
happen
yeah.
probably in 5 or 6 years.
Well, they don't have the people there anymore. They don't have any talent, so to speak. They have people who
Mackenzie Darmus. Oh, there's a real genius right there. Fucking idiot.
Or Justice Robin Armin. These people.
This guy has some neat ideas, actually.
Get out of my room.
I get it. I've read some of his stuff. There are some kernel of interest. And again, I am in a position where, believe it or not, I have to look at a variety of different audience. I look at various products. It's kind of a hobby of mine.
Yeah, I was going to say, you do kind of your way to kind of.
I don't care for his politics. I don't care for the way he presents himself. But I have looked at some of his ideas, and there are some interesting ideas there. James Intercasario, who is the
Matt
Colville dude, that guy has written some fairly fun and interesting stuff. You may or may not have seen. I believe he was the author of Weekend at Strahd's, and if you've never seen Weekend at Strahd's, the name should tell you everything that you're going to get.
It does sound.
That is a pretty cool scenario. Weekend at Strahd's.
I will say, we kind of
double zeros guy, right?
Oh yeah.
He has a lot of talent.
Yeah, I will say, I can see that. Yeah, I wouldn't deny that. Lethal Fantasy Games, $9.99. Found you guys recently. We're old school philosophy gamers who got fed up with the existing games and spent the last 2 years making a game to bring back that old school feeling and danger. Ooh, booth 1036.
Here at Origins?
Yeah.
Let's come by and see him.
Lethal Fantasy. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
You know Garabay's making a game, right? It's called ABC. Chat, are any of you Garabologists out there? Garabay has a game in playtest. It is the most obtuse sounding game ever, but go to drive-through right now and see if we what's that? Your pimping is big. I think you and I are the only people in this chat who are at Origins, but
There we go.
I'll go by 10:36.
Yeah, I'll check it out tomorrow.
I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm going to work all day.
I was going to say you work all day. Do you get paid?
So here's the deal: I get a free hotel room. They do reimbursement for my travel, and they give me $300. Mrs. Haster takes care of all of our money.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
she isn't. Mrs. Haster is in charge of the seminar areas. I'm in charge of the RPG areas. So my job is to make sure that the rooms are clean, that the RPGs are going off if their RPGs canceled. So I get to see a lot of art. And I used to, back when they had a book of like all the RPGs that were being run, I used to take pictures of like the blurbs of the shittiest, goofiest, wokest write-ups, and I would post them online. But there's not a book anymore because, of course, no one does print like that anymore.
Yeah. I was surprised I saw an actual physical catalog.
But that catalog that you saw, take a look at it. It's just like what's going on at the con. It's not going to be
it's not the events. Yeah. Like when we arrived at Gen Con 2009, like you got a book like this thick.
Well, there were 2 books. They would give you the event book and then like the catalog.
Yeah, and then you're like flipping through like, oh, here's this event. It's crazy. But I mean, I guess that was just kind of as smartphones were just taking off. So people just didn't have that.
I mean, it saves the environment, it saves trees, whatever.
I don't give a shit about that.
Well, sure, but why waste it if you have to?
Yeah, there's something to that.
I have kept all those books over the years. I have this library at home that has a beautiful catalog of all the Origins, Gen Con, Con on the Cob, every con I've ever been to. I have the event listing, so I could go back. In theory, if you were like, "Hey, back in 2008, how many D&D games were being run?" I could pull that off my shelf like an OCD nerd and go, "Let me tell you, King Double D."
Spend 6 hours in research, counting it up by hand. What was the first Gen Con you went to? What year?
So, chat, I graduated college in 1995 from the University of Dayton. And better for worse, I went to graduate school for history. And I went to Marquette, a fine Jesuit school in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So I was in graduate school.
Al McGuire.
Oh, so put a pin in that. My dad hates Al McGuire with a passion.
You hate Al McGuire.
Let me tell you why. But we'll put a pin in that. So I went to a school in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and my apartment, was 10 blocks from the Mecca Center, which is where Gen Con was. So I went to Gen Con in Milwaukee in 95, 96, and 97 because my apartment was several blocks away. Gen Con was so much fun at Milwaukee. So
that's what I've heard.
My first Gen Con was 1995. And then I went to law school back in Ohio, and then Milwaukee moved. But the very last year they had it in Milwaukee, they were like, this is the last year. Several of us drove from Ohio to do the last year in Milwaukee. That was great. And then it was in Indianapolis. And then, of course, being in Ohio, it was easy to get me.
Closer for you.
When we went to Wisconsin, that was a pain in the ass from Ohio, trust me. Now, as far as, let me tell you about Al McGuire.
For those of you, because these guys hate sports.
Yeah, all right, real quick. Al McGuire was the coach of Marquette
during their glory years. They won a championship.
They won a championship. My dad is a proud West Virginia Marshall fan. Marquette came to Huntington to play Marshall, and Marquette barely won, but they won. And after the press conference, he was like, "Oh, a bunch of hillbilly and
really." He dissed them on the way.
My dad was like, "Al McGuire."
Yeah.
So when my dad comes up to visit me at the student center, there's this massive mural of Al McGuire, like championship, and he's like, "Goddamn, fuck him!" And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Just for Al McGuire." All right, so chat. That's all I got to say about Al McGuire.
Give me a little splash there.
All right. You have soda?
I do.
All right.
Still good.
That was your assault.
I can still hold it.
All right.
I'm feeling okay.
Double D is getting double drunk. There's a splash. That's a splash for you.
There we go. That's good.
I've been drinking this shit straight.
Better man than me.
Am I going to be at work at 7:30? Just so we're clear. Chat, if any of you are in the Ohio area, come by Origins tomorrow.
If you see someone looking a little ragged,
truthfully, I shit on Origins, but Origins is a ton of fun. Origins is like the most chaotic, fun experience.
You've always said that. You've always said like Origins is a glorious mess.
It's a glorious mess. Glorious mess.
Yeah. A lot of rainbow stuff out in the wild here. Like all the restaurants have like all the rainbow stuff.
Well, that's Columbus.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not really Origins. That's just kind of like Columbus.
It's also Origins.
It is Origins too.
Origins is the proud family of social deduction games. There are so many social deduction games, and by social deduction we mean werewolf.
Well, Mrs. D and Daughter D are in Two Booms in a Room game.
That's fun. And Blood on the Clock Tower.
Yeah,
that is the bitch. I
was in one of those.
Run that game several times. That game is a shit ton of fun. Blood on the Clock Tower, one of the best social.
Have you ever ran? Because I picked this up at Warzone Matrix. I can't remember the name. It's like the King's Feast or something like that.
King's Quest.
Yeah, where you're like in a feast, and it's like one of those games. Yeah,
I have that game.
Okay,
I do not have the people in my area who I trust to commit to doing all the erasing and opening of boxes and legacy style shit. I love legacy games. Love them. Legacy Pandemic, Legacy anything. I love legacy games. Chat, do you like legacy games? Are you into? Do you know what a legacy game is?
Give us one in the chat.
Is this a board game group? Is this a board game group at all?
I think. Let's see here. I'm just trying to see. Some of them are some of them will occasionally play board games. I think it's mostly RPGs. We stayed at Marquette dorms for one Gen Con.
Yeah, you may have lived next door to me.
Good to see you here, Sean.
Yeah, we're trying to make it next year. Yeah, and I would say, guys, like, look, you'll listen to some folks who say, like, don't go to any convention that's, not like, just like OSR.
That's not true.
I was going to say, that's not true. You'd be surprised, I think, like, just because even today, like, yeah, there's some rainbow noise, like, sort of that kind of stuff, which is whatever, neither here nor there. But, like, a lot, would you say, like, most of the people are here just to game and have fun?
They are. I mean,
I found that out at Gen Con last year.
Origins has quite the rainbow crowd.
Yeah.
But many of those rainbow crowd folks, make no mistake, these people want to live their own lives. I want them to live their own lives. I am happy for them to live their own lives. And most of those people at Origins do not want to. There's a few that if you slip up with their pronouns, of course, there's going to be a thing, whatever. But most of these people are
put them in a trebuchet.
Sure, they are here to play games.
Yeah,
they are.
Like even at the CNYCon, there was a woman in the game that I ran, and she actually picked the character that I thought was most crucial, which was the sorceress. And I do for my games, I do two versions. I do just kind of a male-female version, to have there, because I don't know sometimes who's going to be there. And she's like, "Oh, I want to be this." She was like from Scotland. "I want to be the sorceress," but she also had like bright pink hair. I don't think she had the nose ring. She just had like the pink hair, and I'm like, okay, I'm like, I like the vibe, but I was also, look, in the wild,
we're on notice.
The bright colors are a warning signal, like stay away, poisonous. So I was just like, okay, but as a DM, I'm giving her every courtesy that I give everybody else. I'm treating her like everybody else, and she was fine. There was maybe like one point where she had some interaction, and she was just kind of like talking about like men or something, but it seemed like in character. So I was like, okay, this is fine. And she was actually a very good sorceress. She played her character well.
So for the Shadow Dark game I'm running for Ravenloft, I have pre-gens, obviously, because they got to be 5th level character, because Ravenloft is more of a higher level thing. I did pictures, I did pre-gens, and let me tell you, the ladies are voluptuous, and the guys are gothy.
Mine too.
And I believe, ladies and gentlemen who are watching, and it's probably mostly gentlemen, I believe
only 99.3.
Unless my wife is out there still. I believe that fantasy ladies should be voluptuous.
Yes.
I believe they should be Red Sonja. I believe they should be Elvira. I believe they should be all of those things.
Yeah.
Because that is what our forefathers of fantasy wanted us to have.
Yeah.
And if you want TNA in your fantasy, you are my guy. Trust me.
Yeah.
And to somehow think that should all be rejected, I think that is folly. I think that, again, we're playing a game. Well, she shouldn't have those dimensions. Okay, thanks for telling me that elf guy that can cast spells.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me that her boobs shouldn't be that big. Thank you. Her boobs are perfectly fine for this scenario.
Wouldn't it be like us seeing a barbarian being like, "Oh, it must be nice to have those muscles.
Yeah.
Wish I could work out."
Trust me. That guy's muscles are insane, and they're not they're not practical. But for this world, they are.
And guess what? I'm using his character because it's like, fuck yeah, I'm going to be, Arnold or whatever.
She has a 6-pack and double D's. That is appropriate for this situation.
Yeah.
And red hair.
And just to further drive home the point, I want to be careful here. So the pink-haired girl in my group, who objectively a lot of you would have said like, "Oh, she's trouble, kick her out immediately." She was fine. There was an old school guy in one of the games that I was playing in who, and I'm not going to go into detail here, who was not so fine. See, I'm just going to leave it at that. I can't get into any detail.
All right.
But he was.
I'll grill you later.
Yeah, I'll tell you off stream. I can't. But he was not very cool. He was not very good. And you would have looked at him and said, like, yeah, see, there's a 60-year-old guy with a beer belly and white hair. He knows what it's all about, and it's like, no, he doesn't know what it's all about. Whereas, like I said, the pink-haired girl was just fine to me. She was actually very gracious. She said in a comment afterward,
for like in regards to my game, this was the best like con game I've ever played.
Well, she was Scottish. She's probably pretty hard.
True. Yeah. She was, yeah. Probably not a huge but no, she was very. She's like, I really love playing that, and I was like very thankful to her. So it just goes to show, don't automatically throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm not saying, like run out and, go to Gen Con where, you're going to be rubbing shoulders with 80,000 people. Because if you don't like crowds, like Gen Con is terrible.
Origins, so let me tell you something. Next week when you do this show, because this is your first Origins, you are going to see that Origins is a crowd, but it is a very friendly, manageable crowd. So audience, if you've ever thought about, I want to go to a big con, Origins is a great trainer bra con.
It is.
And this is a good con to see, there's people here, but not too many people.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of when we went to Gen Con for the first time in 2009, and people forget, like, Gen Con in 2009 had maybe 25,000 people there.
Origins would slit people's throats to get 25,000.
Yeah. How many do you think are here?
10.
You think 10?
10. And, of course, they'll tell you at the end, turnstile. And turnstile is how many every day, plus every day, plus every day, plus every day. So is going to tell you at the end of the convention 30,000 people. No, that's how many turnstile there was.
Okay.
As far as Origins is going to get 8,000 to 10,000 people.
Okay.
Or actual people. You plus your wife plus your kid plus me plus my wife. 10,000 people, 8,000 people.
And I wonder, honestly, and this kind of does go back a little bit to the political stuff. I wonder if like Gamma leaned a little less into the political stuff. Which sometimes,
dude,
if they would get more of like the folks in like the chat.
So chat, there's an event trade show which happens every February or March. I think it's March, which is like the big trade show. I used to work at Gamma Trade Show. I could tell you the politics. If there's a day that you ever want to go into about the 45 minutes of Gamma gaming politics, I'll be happy to come to your show and discuss that. That's a little bit of a deep cut.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but it is probably not appropriate for this evening because we have Condor to get to, don't we?
We could still do him. Yeah, if there's time. Yeah, if there's time. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, if game convention organizers were a little less concerned about placating the squeaky wheels,
but you kind of have to be. That's the politics of the game industry these days.
Well,
I mean, can you imagine with the politics of the game industry these days, you can't reject those.
I submit that you can. And hold on, let me give you prime example number one. Exhibit A, attorney, counselor, Arcane Library, Shadow Dark, Kelsey D.O.
She is apolitical.
Yes, that's all we want. That's all you want. Gotcha. This is like pretty much when they threw remember, like they were in the courtroom, he threw the suitcase and the guy in the neck brace.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. She has a good product on its face. Does Origins have a good product on its face? Yeah, for sure it does.
Columbus is a nice city for it. I mean,
so I know people, and I kind of agree with them. The food options in Columbus are better than the food options in Indianapolis.
I will say that just like
I disagree because my food tastes tend to be very Hooters, Ruby Tuesdays. I mean, if you've got burgers and fries, I'm in. Columbus has a little bit more sophisticated food taste.
There is a buca.
And if you don't know what the North Market is, once we're done, I will explain to you what the North Market is. Everyone loves. I have grown cynical of the North Market, but the North Market is the thing around here. It's the well-kept secret. It's not a secret anymore, but I'll tell you about
North Market. Okay, here we go. Seeing what the folks are saying. JP. If Gamma were smart, they just keep the trade show at home.
So
what do you think about
Gamma used to be in Las Vegas for years and years and years because they would get all those people to show up because, of course, it's Vegas. So you can go strippers and gambling Gamma now is in Lexington or Louisville. I forget which. I think it's Lexington. And it's like, is Lexington fun? No. Lexington, Kentucky is not fun.
Yeah.
But it is cheap. So I worked for Gamma when they were in Las Vegas. That admittedly was fun. And all those people that showed up wanted to be in Las Vegas because they could go to the casinos, they could go to the strip clubs, they could go to the shows. And Las Vegas is fun. I mean, I personally hate Las Vegas because that is depressing. And I have Vegas stories for you, but again, that's not for your audience. But
did you go when they had the slappies outside? The guys who would slap the magazines and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Vegas is there is actually very good food in Vegas. I mean, you can get some great burgers and great shakes and great this and that, but and there's some great shows, but that is a cesspool of human existence.
All right, let's do a little Condor too. Let's give these folks.
All right, chat. So, chat, before we do Condor, as we get to Condor, I'm curious to hear about chat. We're going to do Condor, but I'm curious if there's anything that you want to know about or hear about. I mean, am I a decent co-host? I mean,
I think the peeps like you.
I hope they do.
You come in strong. You come in with an opinion. That's all.
Come in with
that's
booze.
all.
I can't share the booze with chat, but
you're getting Double D all liquored up.
Yeah, well, let's see.
He's out of his mind, eh?
So, Condor, my goodness. Before we show Condor, do you have a war with Condor, or is it a one-sided affair? He seems to know who you are, which I'm shocked. I'm shocked. How does he know who you are?
Because look, in the grand scheme of things,
did the algorithm push you to him?
Yeah, you have to understand. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, as far as YouTubers go, I'm a nothing. I'm like a 0.005.
And this guy, but this guy is doing videos from like a mattress in his room.
But
he's lower than you
in this small pond that we're in. I don't want to say I'm a huge deal, but I'm at least a name now. You know, I've been out there for a little while, so I'm.
You're upper lower middle class.
Yeah, I'm upper. That's a good way to put it. Upper lower middle class. So yeah, if you're kind of school gaming, maybe certainly like as far as politics invading this realm, my name is probably going to be in the mix at some point.
Okay,
and I think. Just because he was sort of kind of courting that audience at one time, I think that's how he found out about me. Honestly, it's not all one-sided because I now harvest him for content.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
He is a corpse that you can pick on.
Yeah, but he has launched every scud. I
don't understand. Well, all right, I'm not gonna harp on this, but let's just see Condor in his bedroom or whatever.
Just pick the lad. I don't know how good this is, so we'll see.
You know, in reality, it shouldn't matter what I say about the old school tabletop role-playing game community. Their members should not be watching my content.
We're not.
Like, look, I don't have to go.
First of all, that great philosophy as far as a YouTuber trying to get views. If you're a huge contingent, or not even a huge, but a large contingent of my potential audience, you shouldn't be watching me.
I mean,
why would you want that?
I kind of assumed, and again, I've been watching your show for a while, and I've been watching your Condor EFAPs and whatever for a while. I just assumed Condor was old school. Is he not?
He came. He's more of a 2E guy. Second edition.
Oh,
yeah, he's
2E might be one of my least favorite editions ever. It's like, okay, let's take all the shit from 1E, keep it, and throw in weapon speed. Fuck weapon speed. Weapon speed is a pain in the ass.
And then call demons and devils to
we don't want to talk about titties.
No. Yeah, it was. I have a soft spot because it's the edition that I ran
Probably is, honestly.
Sister Edition might be my least favorite.
And I understand that too. I'm not gonna go to the mat for it, but I'm also, I'm not gonna demonize it,
as it were.
Condor has no teeth. Look at that.
He looks like a dwarf or something, or I don't know.
I put it on Twitter. You know who he looks like, don't you?
I saw someone last week talk about he looks like Gimli.
No. Non from Superman 2. So, it's like Non.
Well, Non had a better body, I suspect.
Yeah, Non was a little more ripped, but face-wise, the same kind of dull look,
pig face.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Urias Papers 2020 for $10. Condor has no teeth. Yeah, he has no talent and has no wife, and apparently no brother. He keeps. I'm just going to keep going.
I don't understand that.
All right, let's go. Yeah. We're not going to watch all this.
We're not going to garabate this.
If you don't watch, you won't get mad. I know that sounds really simple, but I don't want.
Isn't it kind of off-putting the way he kind of moves around his room? He's kind of like
there's this porn music in the background.
Yeah.
When you hit play, listen. There's this porn music.
Oh yeah, I know.
Christy Canyon is up at top.
I was going to say, yeah,
you know Christy Canyon? Is that a name you know? Of course you know. Yeah.
Amberlyn. The big divide was Amber or Ginger. Which side?
The divide was between Christy's tits.
Also Portia too. There was a third Lynn. Like the Fredo of the Lynn world.
Nutkin, if you're still listening, you should probably chime in on this conversation.
Please don't. Please don't.
Demonetize.
Just kind of the way he moves around. I brought this up last week. He kind of moves around like an ape in his cage. Just watch me. Kind of has these sort of aggressive moves up. He moves in a very simian manner.
Watch your content. I don't get mad. I'm some small YouTuber. It's not like I have some major sway in the hobby.
Who's he talking
so
to?
Does it matter if I have a critique
okay.
of that community or what they're doing? Does it matter? That audience in the old school, I have no sway over. So even if I verbally uppercut you, it won't hurt you. You're fine. And here's the good news. Since I have no connection to that audience anymore, you can lie about me. You can do all that. And it doesn't hurt me on.
Here comes all the recriminations about being lied about.
So is he talking to you in this video?
A little bit. Okay. He'll also talk about DM James a bit. Patrick Demo for $2. Dude seriously acts like he's doing a WWE, like he's cutting a promo.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, Patrick, this is totally WWE. Vince McMahon is creeping behind him at this point.
And part of me is down with it, and I'm like, okay.
Are you going to get into a coffin match with him? Undertaker, Dax. This is like Mankind.
Yeah, it's going off the top of the cage. Yeah,
kind of like a WWE creep.
He does. The thing about him, I'm kind of sad about is when he initially had left his wife, or his wife left him
for a brother, or a sister.
Yeah, not for his brother,
for Garabay.
But he was like, I'm going to the gym, I'm working out, and I'm like, honestly, he was still a dick, but a small part of me was like, that's kind of cool. Get your life. And he was getting in shape. I think he had probably toned down the heaters. He is obviously stopped going to the gym. I think he fires up a heater from what I remember, right in the middle of this.
So let me ask you this real quick. Do you think what's the % chance that Condor is going to watch this particular video right now?
100%.
Okay. So Condor, you don't know me. I don't know you. I've watched the videos. Condor, you seem like a passionate dude, and I appreciate what you're doing, but don't pick fights with people, buddy. And why don't you spend more time promoting your own content or doing what you're doing rather than pick fights? Now, I realize that picking fights might increase your viewership or your your algorithm. But I mean, whenever you pick a fight with me or anyone, all you're doing is giving him ammunition for you. And I don't mean to perhaps ruin your options here, because this is a thing. But Condor, more people watch you laughing at you, I think, than people watching you for whatever content you have. Because, unless you're talking about a thing, unless you're promoting a thing, no one's watching you. You are the subject of ridicule, not necessarily the subject of someone watching. And this may ruin your ability to have videos of him in the future, but Condor, walk away. Just walk away.
You're like the Ayatollah of rock and roll. Just walk away.
Just walk away. Walk away, brother. Walk away.
Yeah, I mean, and you're 100% right. Like, more people will watch me cutting him up and having fun, and that's great. Until I realize, like, yeah, probably someday that's going to be me. And at least I will have
in a dingy Roach-filled.
Well, not that part. But your wife has less than you. It was 3 feet early. I will be a floundering or flatlining YouTuber, and then someone's going to come along and just take the piss out of me, and then I'm just going to be like, you know what? Am I Condor now? Am I the baddie?
Am I the bad guy? Have I lived long enough to be the villain?
Yeah. And then I would at least like to think like, well, I have some self-reflection. It comes with a modicum of low self-esteem, which I have, which I thank the gods that I got. Low self-esteem is a gift from the gods. Not like gutter self-esteem to where you're like, like almost like self-harm and stuff, but self-esteem to where you're like always like, am I right on this? Like, you're always double checking. Like, holy shit, did I screw up? Up yet again? Or you could be like Scott Garibay and be like, I'm right about everything and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, that motherfucker is right about it.
But it's like, but he's not alone. Like, I know many people in my real life who just kind of blissfully go.
Well, that's how YouTube works.
Yeah, but I'm even talking like people in real life, not on YouTube.
Oh.
And they're like, oh, I'm right about everything and la-di-da-di-da. And it's like, dude, you're, $30,000 in debt, you're living in a Roach motel, stuff like that. And it's like, what are you right about? And, here I am. I have stuff semi-figured out. I will just say that. I have stuff semi-figured out. But I'm still...
I can't understand what Condor has figured out.
Oh, he has nothing. But if he had questioned himself more, he may have ended up in a better place. All right, let's continue.
Here whatsoever. I mean, you just got to realize that this doesn't belong to you, old school, right? Like, you need to be able to coexist with people here. We're on a platform where there's many people I disagree with on the platform. Yet I'm not running over to
Gotham City will pay me $20 million
or trying to get them removed. I'm not doing anything that would get them even a strike on their channel, because I have to coexist with people that think differently than I do.
I'm saying coexist. I think about that bumper sticker. The coexist.
And I don't sit there and need to go watch their content and then from that get all angry, worked up, and then come up with some concept like, if I ignore him, maybe he'll go away, as if he needs to go away or she needs to go away. Nobody needs to go away. I just need to grow the fuck up and act like a real man and stop watching. I mean, I won't lie. Sometimes I give you a little poke just because I know it doesn't really hurt you, and I know you're going to get all childish about what I say. And
well,
it's slightly entertaining for me now. It wasn't 4 years ago when all the lies would hurt me with that audience, and I was trying for that audience. But now where you really can't hurt me, I have a little fun because I know
Condor,
I'm not going to hurt you.
Let me ask you a question. Did your wife leave you for your brother? I'm still not clear. There seems to be some question about that. I mean, if she left you, she clearly left you with some maps. That's nice, but
he can't.
Condor, are you actually married? And did your wife leave you?
He was married because he had a nice video of him like snuggling up. I'm not saying how he met his wife or like did he meet her through like in a catalog or anything. She was Asian. You know,
oh, for Christ's sake!
All right,
I have a story to tell you about Asian.
All right. So one thing I wanted to say though is he's always talking about my new audience is hey Double D. My new audience doesn't like this kind of stuff. So it's like his new audience has like what are there like 22 of you? Because his videos get like 22 views.
So Condor, here's some free advice. I'm an American lawyer. This doesn't apply to Canadian law, but here's some advice I give you. And Double D, you listen into. Audience, tune out. Condor, contact Double D. You guys need to have a fake war behind the scenes. Plan out your war. Plan out your war. This will be great ratings for both of you. Your audience of all, 15 people that you have will really spike as you get some Double D audience. You guys need to have some fake drama. And because the drama that you have right now, I just don't get. You need to be shorter in your drama. But Double D, continue with whatever Condor has to say.
Little
oh, yeah, absolutely. We are killing this.
I was going to say this show was full.
This was going to last me until Sunday, but I'm a guest on your show.
I was going to say this is a special occasion. Cheers.
So, is Mrs. Double D coming home?
Hello.
Or is it?
You're going to see somebody murdered on stream here. We just heard an odd sound in my room. Okay.
Well, the weather's gotten better.
Yeah, I think they're in a game actually right now.
Oh, bless them.
Yep. I think it actually might be Blood on the Clock Tower.
That is so much fun.
It is a good game.
Blood on the Clock Tower. Audience, Blood on the Clock Tower is fun. It is Werewolf on steroids.
Yeah. It's a very fun game. Whoa. Let me see here. Thought it was Kiddo, huh? We could do one of those YouTuber boxing. Have you heard about those things? Sometimes
Jake Paul, is that a person? Is Jake Paul a person?
He's a person.
Okay.
He's not Mike Tyson.
No. Is that okay? Audience, I am clueless. I mean, I'm savvy clueless.
But there's like somebody who organizes like YouTubers like boxing each other. Maybe me and Condor could do the old Dukaroo.
I don't think Trump would allow Condor in the country.
Actually, that's the thing. That's the odd thing. He's a huge Trump fan. Like politically, we're probably 100% like aligned.
You and Garibay are politically probably pretty close.
He's too erratic because sometimes you'll then be like, I'm for Andrew Yang.
I think Garibay. He's an evangelical Christian. Where do you think?
He said some things that lead me to believe he's not like the slam dunk you might think he is.
So Double D, you're not Catholic, right?
I'm not, but my wife is, and we kind of raised our kids pretty much Catholic.
But you yourself are fairly Protestantish, right? But Mrs. W.
I don't.
And your kids
are in a direct relationship with God.
Yeah. Right. But that means that you have to assume that the bullshit evangelical nonsense that Garibay spouts is absolute crazy, right?
Yeah.
Or the Catholics worship the Pope, or they worship.
No. I've known too many Catholics. Right. I don't believe in all that stuff. Yeah.
I wonder if Canada's pretty Catholic. I wonder if Condor's Catholic. Condor, let us know if you are, because I'm sure you're either atheist or Catholic. You're one of the two because you're Canadian.
Do you take the communion?
Do you take the wafer?
Do you eat the death cookie?
Condor, are you a fan of Trailer Park Boys? One of my favorite shows is Trailer Park Boys. Condor, please tell me that you are a fan of Trailer Park Boys because I have a feeling you're watching this show.
Do you think his wife was just LARPing? Asks Mac for $1.99.
My wife or his wife?
His wife. Why would your wife be LARPing? Honestly, I'll be
I'll be completely honest. I think his wife probably was genuine. Look, I'm going to make.
Was she deported?
I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I'm going to make some
But
assumptions.
she was Asian, right?
She was Asian.
Okay.
I'm going to say she probably was not from Canada to begin with. She probably came over to Canada, met him, and honestly, if you know those folks who do that, they make a good effort to like be a good wife, I think, and like try to fit in. Because part of it is there's probably like one part of like always looking over your shoulder, like I'm only here because maybe I'm married to this person, so I'm going to be a good wife and do all this.
Canada's probably a little bit more forgiving than the U.S.
Maybe, but think about how hard it would be to live with this creature who brags about not giving people second chances. Like if she committed,
I'm sure he plays D&D a lot too.
Oh, yeah. Robert Santon, $5. What is that stain on the door?
You know, I saw that too, Robert. I saw that too, and I was like, is that a trick of the light? But I mean, it's the blood stain.
Yeah, splatter.
Is it a Buffalo Bill situation?
I like the jerk monger.
I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what I say about Double D.
We have barely.
His audience doesn't know.
What I say about Double D, everybody.
You have barely.
Stretch up your trunks.
We have barely
like
through this
Pastor.
video. Yeah, audience, I am freshening up my drink. I mean, I'm literally pouring as we speak.
You have to understand though that sometimes like these guys will bring me up just for the like if you look at his videos where he does like he's talking about like his Neo RPG. I mean, when he talks about me on a very small scale, his views spike up. So
I mean, Condor, if you're, I'm a friend of Double D, okay, and I'm here to tell you, stop talking about Double D. Double D, I hope he does not stop talking about you.
Yeah, I was going to say, please don't stop talking about. Please keep talking about.
Yeah, please keep talking because this is fodder for his show. You realize that, don't you?
I don't think he does.
No,
we got to keep it a secret.
He cares. He cares little shits. But
sometimes I'll be like, because let's face it, when you're an RPG YouTuber, and I like to think like I have a foot in both worlds. You know, I'm in the gaming world and I'm in the real world, so I'll do a little bit of both.
You're an accountant, aren't you?
I am.
That's no.
See, I'm a CPA.
Yeah,
I passed the second hardest professional exam. The bar exam. I will admit that. I will freely admit that. Overkill Joe, yeah. The only man Condor attends is when he listens after his monthly shower. Ooh.
That's a bit much.
Yeah, monthly.
I mean,
all right, bi-weekly. Come on. Bi-weekly. All right, he's going to talk about Double D.
We are barely.
Hey, Double D, what's going on here?
Ridiculous. We're barely.
Yeah, I got to tell Double D.
Double
the people that watch me don't watch you. They don't even know who you are.
They do now. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
Absolutely know who I am, Condor. Come on. Come on.
I'm not trying to say that in a way of, I'm somebody special. I'm just saying, I built an audience that mostly watches my non-TTRPG content.
He's built an audience who watches his semen retention videos, Pastor.
What?
He doesn't. You think I'm joking?
No. Does he have semen retention?
Oh, yes, he does.
Is this like the guy from Doctor Strangelove? Like the
Precious.
The General Ryson or what his name was? Oh, Christ. Condor. Condor. Come on, buddy.
They don't know you. So
they do now.
Yeah. Thanks to you, buddy.
You're not going to get hurt
Keep
by
bringing
anybody
me
in my audience. My audience doesn't care for that kind of drama.
What the fuck's instruction about? Literally picks fights. Free buddy. Free buddy. I don't cotton to this kind of drama.
My audience doesn't care for drama. Well, then you know what, Condor? Get back to like Tanari or Batazu or Weapon Speed or whatever it is that you're. I mean, so let me ask you this. Full disclosure: my only exposure to Condor has been your videos. what is Condor's point normally? Is he talking about like 2nd edition? Is he a 5e guy? Is he a 3e guy? Is he a...
He honestly, at this point, he is, in his own way, a drama harvester.
All right.
Like, he picks fights with other YouTubers. And
there's no position he has with D&D. I mean, all right. So if you were to posit, does Condor play D&D? And if he does, is he a 1st edition guy? Is he a 3rd edition?
No, he's definitely like. Well, I mean, he made the Neo TTRPG game.
What is that?
Oh, you don't know he made a game?
What bats?
All right.
I mean,
bats. Yeah. He has claimed that his salad days were in 2e. So I think 2e fills this kind of niche. Because 3e gets talked about.
2e is terrible.
I like it. I think
2e more than anything.
But like, listen, we all know 5e, not everybody, but like the new people love. The old people sort of hate now. 4e, pretty much universally was.
4e is
even though I think it was a pretty decent combat game.
Fuck you. Go down.
3e generally positively thought about. 1e and basic generally positively thought about. Nobody talks about 2e. So there's a like it or not, there's a vacuum
there. Yeah.
There's a vacuum. And by the way, I was thinking of the person he reminds me of. He reminds me of do you remember the Transformers cartoon Starscream? The character?
That was the Cobra Commander. Actually, Cobra Commander did the guy that did Chris Latta did Cobra Commander, and he also did Starscream. And Starscream was like the Weasley.
Yeah, he was always Weasley. That's what he does. He'll pick fights, and then he'll hide behind
Megatron.
I'm just a servant here. That's what he does. He literally had a video last week, which I covered, called Preemptive Strike on Double D.
I saw that.
Yeah, well, preemptive means I hadn't talked about him in months. And all of a sudden, he's like, hey, Double D's talking about Daggerheart. I think he's going to Daggerheart. Yeah, I think he's talking about me.
Condor.
I had no intention.
Condor, I have no ill will towards you. But if you want to promote Double D, continue to attack him. By all means. If you truly hate Double D, stop talking about him.
All right, well, that would take not having an ego, right? So we will see how much of an ego he has, because I guarantee you he will have a huge ego and attack me. You're correct. If he just stopped talking about it.
But his viewership would go down.
Well, maybe how could it go any lower?
Well,
maybe I would try to do a few, like, hey, Condor's talking about this. But after a while, even the chat is going to go like, Double D, why are you talking about this guy? He's like, it's the same old stuff. Like, come on, let's go. But his ego will get the better of him, as it always does with these people, because they think they know everything. And he will keep talking about me. And I will continue to have what we call Pastor evergreen content.
So let me ask you a question before we continue. I have noticed, and maybe this is a sore subject. One of my favorite things to watch when I watch Thursday mornings is all of the Yosemite Sams and the Bitter Dregs. I have not witnessed one Bitter Dregs or Yosemite Sams. Is that because that is too complicated to do while it's just you?
It's all right. So normally when I'm with those guys and I don't have a guest on and we're just running full, which I usually like to do on Wednesdays.
I feel like some of these guys need spot.
But that's on a software called OBS.
Oh, okay.
So that is actually open broadcaster. You can kind of like tailor it to your needs and like do stuff like that. And I think I've done a fairly good job. What we're on now is a actual web-based streaming platform called EDMux. I can do some of that.
Chat, do any of you people miss Bitter Dregs and Yosemite Sam and Bitter Dregs? This is.
See, I can work miracles.
All right.
I'm like I turn fishes to loaves and stuff like that.
You Protestant.
Red Nikolai, $2. Hey, Double D, here's $2 for your semen retention money.
Jesus Christ. Who is that? Who gave you? Send those $2 back. That's a shame.
Right, he's good people.
All
right, let's go. What's he going to say about Double D here?
They let me get away with talking some shit without just floating on me, right? That's cool, and I appreciate it.
Without floating on me, and that's cool.
What are you even talking about?
It sounds like an old episode of like Dragnet. Have you ever watched those?
Two Cocks.
Like Jack West. Yeah,
I found Two Cocks lying at the...
Yeah, my friend Gavin Morgan always quotes this one episode where there was like some beatnik hippie.
Wait, was Gavin the guy that liked Joker too?
Yes. Yes,
He's an idiot. Gavin, if you're listening, you're an idiot. I heard your review. I appreciate what you were trying to say. We didn't even see Joker 2. You're an idiot.
Like most of my family and all my close friends except Crazy Mouse and Rogan, he's not watching.
Okay. He's watching. So, actually, Crazy Mouse, Rogan, are either of you out there? Can you spend $1?
Crazy Mouse is in Bethany Beach, New Jersey.
What the fuck is that?
That's like on the boardwalk, New Jersey. Yeah, it's like a resort town. Yeah, so it's
Snob.
Crazy Mouse is anything but a snob.
Rogan, are you out there? Rogan. People think you're.
That's no excuse, Rogan.
Yeah,
you're gonna look very flawed, Rogan, when you watch this movie. You won't watch it. They both will watch religiously in the replays. Yes,
you guys drunken Call Cthulhu game 8 years ago. Fuck you, Rogan. Fuck you. You should be here tonight. All right,
I've tried.
Let's do Condor.
It's gotten to the point like of all people, like Crazy Mouse is like a very casual. Like every group has like a casual gamer. I'm here for the social aspect.
I love Crazy Mouse.
Oh, he's a close friend. I mean, we're almost blooded at this point. But it's like he brought up like let's go to North Texas PGCon next year. So I'm like,
that's a long haul for you. Is that
we'll fly?
Is that okay? That's a fly.
Yeah, all right, fly. But it's like all the other, like most of my group in 2009, I posited, guys, Indy is only 6 hours away. I can drive that. Let's go. And everybody was like, I'm in. And then for like 7 years, everybody was in. And now, like over the last, probably 6 or 7 years, it's like we're not going. And it's like, I get it. After a certain point, you kind of stop asking,
Well, chat, let me ask you this. And I'm going, Condor, fuck off. We're going to get to you when we get to you. So, chat, listen to this. How many of you folks in chat would be willing to come to Columbus next year, Columbus, Ohio, and do a Double D secret con? Ooh. I'm proposing right now, like a con within a con. If Double D would come back to Columbus and a couple of us would run some games, because let me tell you, chat, let me tell you, Mrs. Haster has access to some rooms Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I mean, these are private games that we could get you into. How many people in this chat could do a shadow con? Shadow con in Columbus, Ohio for Origins. Origins is relatively inexpensive. Columbus is relatively inexpensive.
Yeah.
I would be happy to help accommodate a shadow con because Origins is too incompetent to even police anything. I mean, we could do a Diversity and Dragons shadow con at Origins. I guarantee you.
Honestly, guys, and I will say this for myself. This is where kind of like the low self-esteem comes in.
Well, this is also implying that you come back to Origins next year.
We might, just because Mrs. D and Daughter D.
This is a big board game con.
It is, yeah. But there is RPGs here, I know. But honestly, you would get my best. Like those people at CNYCon got my best. I would never be like, well, I'm Double D, so I'm just gonna,
This isn't Haster drunk.
No, Double D get drunk, to be fair. But honestly, I take it seriously because I view it like every game session I run. People are coming here. They have faith that I can deliver a good time for them. And that's like a responsibility, and it's not for everybody. And you know this too, being kind of I don't want to say like a forever DM, but a mostly DM, right? So there's something on your shoulders. Maybe it's not the weight of the world, but it's like, all right, well,
it's not the weight of Matt Mercer's shoulders.
No.
The free world.
Yeah. But still, you've got to try to be like, okay, did everybody, whenever somebody would walk away from my games, maybe, and they didn't have a good time, and honestly, those were very, very, very few and far between. I would always be like, damn, I hope that person understood what I was doing here. But honestly, I will say, in my own regard, most people who have played in my games have a pretty positive experience, because we were talking about how running con games are a little different off mic.
Yeah, I mean, you have to railroad people. And it's a 4-hour scenario.
Yeah, I call it a soft railroad. You've got some degree of independence. Well, but generally there's a compact Friday. Well, we're going Friday night.
You're going to see my soft railroad for Ravenloft as Shadowdark.
Yeah, and it's like I said, you're doing Ravenloft, so it's like we're not going to be like, well, fuck this, we're not going to Ravenloft. We're going to turn around and go back home. You might be in line to say, like, okay, guys,
you're out of
really
the game.
Yeah, you really want to do that? But like I said, if you're doing some certain things here and there, it's not like your normal Friday night game where you can accommodate that. You have stuff prepared for a certain thing. Now, you can ad lib if they do a little detour to the village on the way to Ravenloft and, do this, or maybe improvise an encounter or two. Absolutely. But generally, look, for a 4-hour con game, you want a setup, some action, and a resolution. And you want everybody at that table to feel like they contributed something.
So I'm going to tell you right now, when we do Ravenloft Friday, tell your audience next Wednesday how we did that, and I'm going to be very proud of how I did.
Yeah,
the 4-hour game.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting, because Ravenloft is a big castle.
Oh, Ravenloft is one of my favorite games of all time.
Mine too. Honestly, I've gotten every version of it from like 3E, even the 4E one, and 5E. Honestly, it was probably the last great 5E.
Curse of Strahd.
Yeah, Curse of Strahd was probably the last great 5E.
Strahd for 5E is a great game.
It is. The first one, without all the wheelchair nonsense and all that stuff.
Christ. Squirrel Nutkin, are you out there? Squirrel Nutkin has a particular hatred for wheelchairs, but he's probably too bad.
He kicks over people in windows.
He's probably too bad.
Ryan Nikolai, $2 again. Oh, wait. Oh, boy. Semen retention money for Haster. Oh, my Lord. This is for you. The first one was for me. This one's for you, Haster. You gotta abide.
Do I have semen retention money?
If you stay here much longer, you're not going to be retaining much, I tell you. Sexy boy. DB, don't gaze at the Shadow Con. It gazes back. Yeah, honestly, guys, if you
come to Origins next year,
if you came to like a convention like Origins, or even like hypothetically like a Gen Con, and wanted to be like, hey, Double D,
don't come to Gen Con. Gen Con.
Yeah, I was gonna say Gen. Well, yeah, because we don't have the access. Oh, you can always do we'll game in the room.
Yes,
we'll game in an area.
But Origins, I think I have.
But you have room.
I have the power to make you guys have fun at Origins.
You guys have
a private situation. We can do that next year.
You have a hidden benefactor, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah.
This guy will go to the mat for you.
I will go to the mat for Double D's fans.
Yeah. So I would do that. I would run a couple of games. Honestly, I'm quietly confident in my ability as a DM to run a couple.
Well, I mean, Double D. I mean, before you endorse Origins, I mean, you've only been here 8 hours at this point.
True.
Next week, talk about, is your Origins experience fun? Is your Origins experience sucks? I mean, because trust me, as an employee of Origins, there are certain things that suck about Origins, but there are certain things that could be really fun, and that is that Shadow Con part.
Yeah.
Where, like, audience, if you have the ability to come to Columbus, Ohio next year, consider it. Consider it.
Please do. DB, $2. We can just drive up at the house, right? Double D. I'm not sure about that part, DB. Maybe for you and Sean and a couple others, perhaps. All right, let's do a few more.
Are we done with
But I know
content?
some of that content about the old
Christ.
school, most of those guys don't care for it. They just let it float because they let it slide because I do content for them separate from that. And as long as I serve them, they're happy, right? That's how it works. But they don't care about you. They're not going to hurt you. Nobody that follows me is going to report your channel, right?
What the fuck are you even talking about? I mean,
it's like that soft threat thing. Like, yeah, no, hey, look, nobody who is under my purview is going to report your channel.
I mean,
chat, like, oh, somebody was going to report my channel.
Chat, are you even interested in what Condor has to say?
We will get rid of Condor. All right, let's watch one.
Do you have any of the crazy libs?
Yes.
Let's watch some crazy libs.
All right.
Security's on their way for what?
This is absolutely ridiculous. Jordan,
Matt,
stop.
who wants to go?
Jordan, I understand, but no, listen, it's the principle of it, honey. You're
Dude,
getting
let's go.
it.
Yeah, let's go. Look, lady, we apologize, okay?
It's fine that you
We apologize. No, we are leaving.
Like, does she have a mask?
She does.
All right, so chat, I am not a MAGA dude, but I will tell you that people who are wearing masks at this point, that is the MAGA hat of the left.
Yeah, that is a mental illness.
Yeah, I mean, if you are wearing... So there are some people I'm willing to accept who have some serious autoimmune systems. All right, they are excused. But anyone who is wearing a mask at this point, they're nuts.
Yeah.
Nuts.
I have seen a few.
Especially those freaks who are wearing masks in their car as they're driving. Like those Uber dudes. I'm wearing a mask in my own car.
So 2020. I think this is a rotund woman with her poor kid. And there must have been some incident. Like, I think they parked wrong. And she is being a Karen and like doing remember Gomer Pyle? Citizens arrest! Citizens arrest! That's what she's doing here. So but the thing to watch is watch her kid.
Oh fuck, mom! Don't.
She better.
So these are the guys,
moving, dude. She's not. She's still.
Is that a cop talking?
No, these are just guys. These are guys who probably parked. I want to say they park like a-holes, but they park like a-holes in a very, very empty parking lot. So I don't know what the situation was here, but she is stopping them from going. She is literally now standing behind their car. And her kid is like starting to sense like, holy shit. Mom, please stop.
No!
Lady.
Yes, what? No,
are you serious?
Security. Put us on the internet.
Yeah.
Instead of security?
The kid just said, Mom, they're going to put this on the internet. Well,
the cops aren't going to do anything.
We're going to call the cops on you.
No.
Illegally.
The cops for bad parking.
311.
You parked illegally.
This has got to be Canada. I mean, I hear 311. What's 311?
Yeah, that's a good point. I never even thought.
It's got to be Canada.
What is 311?
And they'll be
what is 311?
non-emergency, and they're going to cite you for parking illegally.
Oh my kid, get your mom out of the way.
Kid, get your mom out of the way.
Dude, can you tell your mom to get out?
Out.
You're
over here.
Kid is like, I'm so sorry, my mom is a horrible person.
Your son is on our side. Your son is on our side.
Your son is on our side.
You gotta leave. Oh my god. She's. Oh my god. Are you kidding me right now? Lady, move.
All right. So at any point that someone says, "Are you kidding me right now?" I am already suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit.
This is such a joke. Oh my.
Is this staged? This could be staged, buddy.
Did I get hooked?
Did you get hooked? Because I feel like that could have been performative.
I'm open to the potentiality.
You did say I had to have an ID to be here.
No, we need that. You need to give
Didn't
us.
you say?
I didn't.
This feels real.
I was going to say, this is not staged. Because
that last thing I think was staged. I could already tell. Here we go. This is some.
This is police body cam. They don't stage this.
Okay, my God-given right to be here on this planet, and you cannot tell me otherwise. Correct? You just lied to me. I lied to you about what? You said I had to have an ID to be here.
No, you got
That's
to
not what I
identify
said.
yourself.
When you're legally detained, you can play back on your video. When you're legally detained, you have a duty to identify yourself to a police officer. Okay, so they're saying when I'm legally detained,
But you would eat the death cookie.
which I was not, that I have the time I legally detained. We were called here to investigate after because. Okay, so they're saying that. Okay, so let me call the police too. Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to be the only one talking? Because right now, as a call taker, I know you want to have them on there for your safety purposes. Yes. But right now, you and I need to be talking, not them. Says who? You need to continue having a conversation with me. So you said that she shoved you. You want to file assault charges. She's saying you shoved her and she has witnesses. You have witnesses to say that she shoved you. She has the manager? No. No. Okay. There are other employees that were in the fitting room. I would hope. Okay, other employees? Well, there's also another woman without a mask.
This is crazy. I can't tell what's going on. Are those altar boys? I mean, I can't tell what's happening.
Have you noticed like women are going a little crazier even at things like this?
All right. So I'm going to blow your mind here for a second. Chat.
Hold on 1 second.
All right.
I'm going to go to the little boys' room. You fet our chat.
Entertain chat. All right. So chat. So here's the deal. Double D is popping off to the restroom because I have plied him with so much booze. But so I have this theory, and I am a total moderate. I will totally admit. But I think there is this thing going on where there are this sounds crazy, but there is this position that I have where there are Chinese moderates and Chinese conservatives and Chinese radicals. And I think that what's happening is when you are looking at all these different videos, you are being positioned as I don't know, victims. Whenever you see the right wing, the left wing, there is this whole thing where I don't know. I'm waiting for Double D to get back. It's stalling.
Not as easy as it sounds.
No, it's horrible. But I have this feeling.
It's about China. Just like some kind of Chinese conspiracy.
TikTok conspiracy. I hate TikTok.
I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of genuine organic lunacy and China harvest.
I feel so much better that you've returned. But here's the deal. I think that TikTok is the worst thing to happen to our society.
Oh, because
I think that the Chinese government is promoting foolishness and idiocy on American TikTok. But if you go to Chinese TikTok, they are promoting brotherhood, strength, reliability.
Yeah, sowing dissent here.
But when you go to American TikTok, it is like the libs of TikTok, the crazy of TikTok. They are tearing us apart, and I firmly believe that this country is not nearly as nuts and crazy as
you might believe. Yeah,
you might believe.
There's something to that.
All right. So, audience, go to the grocery store. And here's my litmus test. Go to the grocery store. Look at all those people at the grocery store. Do you think that people are nuts. No. Those people are doing the best for their family.
Yeah.
They do not have a political or philosophical problem. I think China, and my God, here we go. Here we go with crazy towards the end of the show. China is trying to rip us apart through TikTok. Do not watch TikTok. TikTok is the devil of our society. Goldie, take control of this situation.
Sean, take care, buddy. Good to see you.
Hester is crazy.
Isn't that interesting how she only picked me?
Well, I have nothing to
She
do
only
with that at
picked
all.
me, the white person, not the black person wearing a mask. Do you think it's a racist thing? I don't know.
We're not here to talk about race.
Well, you know what?
At
It
all.
kind of seems like it's a racist thing when the black woman doesn't have a mask on, but she comes after the white one. That's the only difference.
So that's only where you would file a complaint with.
Are you on Facebook? Have you ever seen Facebook Reels?
So let me tell you about Facebook. I am on Facebook, but I hate Facebook. But chat. I have probably blocked every single friend I have on Facebook. There are a handful of small groups, and I'm the moderator of some small groups of like weirdly specific gaming topic groups that I moderate. I do not follow. Facebook is Satan. Facebook is the devil. But Facebook is a very convenient tool to say, I want to have a group that specifically discusses 1E, 2E, 3E, 4E.
Their targeted ads are magic. I mean, people will tell you if they're trying to sell a product, oh my God, Facebook will find your audience there.
Oh, yeah. And Facebook knows me. So, first of all, I kind of dig AI art. I'm sorry for all of you people who hate AI art.
I don't hate it.
I love AI.
It has a place.
Because AI art, if I'm running a game and I need a chick with huge titties and chainmail bikini, AI art is quite my friend.
Yeah, I
progressives are not producing that art.
No.
AI art will produce that red Sonia.
Absolutely. I'm just saying for like if you have the means, and I know everybody doesn't have the means, and for them I'm like, that's cool too. I'm just saying if you have the means for good, like real art, then
didn't you say Red Room? Red Room is very good.
They are some of the best at AI art.
Who's your shout out for Red Room? Or are they on it?
Miguel and Sylvia.
Are they on here?
Sometimes they'll watch in replay. They're over in Portugal, so they're like way.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, it is hard. Yeah, they're good people though, like really good people. And like I said, I have no problem recommending anything from Red Room. And actually, they have a good little house system. I mean, it's perfect for like short games and con games. Like you could do, like they have one for like Italian action movies from the 70s. You know,
spaghetti westerns.
Well, yeah, even that too. Yeah, they have a Western system too. I think what I get from Facebook Reels is I'm always getting 40 to 48-year-old women who are in great shape, walking around their house with like short skirts, like, oh, I need help with the shelf here.
Mac, let me tell you something, buddy. Mac, I think that Facebook knows who you are, and Facebook knows what to put. I mean, Mac, are you in your 40s? I'm just curious.
Maybe he's having a different experience than me, but I'm just saying that's my experience with Facebook Reels. I always get like these really hot MILFs in like a reel. I think I'm up to date on all the super chats. Yeah. Okay.
So, chat, I'm curious. Now again, it's early. It's early, but
it's actually very late.
It's early.
I've been on for 3 hours.
Well, it's early in your Origins experience.
Yeah.
But chat, do you think that you might be interested in coming to Origins next year?
Two old drunks shepherding you through your experience.
So, chat, as the guy who runs the RPG area at Origins, I could probably help you have a better experience, a fun experience.
All right, let's keep going.
With Nordstrom Rack. Okay, but I also want to file a complaint with you for her assaulting me. Okay, and she also wants to file assault charges against you. Okay. Sounds Valley's not good.
We don't know what's going on because we
taking
identify
sides.
you.
You are taking.
Like, when you were growing up, would you be this entitled talking to a cop? Like, I would be scared shitless.
It's the cop?
This is body cam footage. This is one cop's body cam footage.
You have thrown myself at the mercy of some cop.
I've been like, whose dick can I suck? You know, I just want to go home, please. Whose dick can I suck? Don't act like you're a straight.
Sides. Robert Eugene Eller, you are taking sides. Robert Gene Eller, you are taking sides.
I'm not taking
and it's
sides.
really sad.
Listen.
It's really sad.
We're trying to get information from you, but we can't even get any information from you.
This happened at Nordstrom Rack.
Ma'am, you need to stay over
Ma'am, you
here.
can't leave because right now you're still detained.
No, you can't. You are being detained.
Why am I being detained?
Because we don't know who you are.
Okay. I'm being detained who I am.
Okay.
Which
We were called
apparently
here.
is illegal.
We were called here for a
Because she's an immediate legal expert. Well, this is illegal. I'm being detained. This is totally illegal. Is it?
So, as I mentioned, I'm a lawyer, but my crim law comes from watching Law and Order.
I'm a lawyer, but I play one on TV.
I love Law and Order, and Jack McCoy is like my spiritual hero. I would say, so my knowledge of criminal law is pretty shit, but I would go, what would Jack McCoy do? What would Jack McCoy do? I love Jack McCoy.
Mine's like, what would Matlock do?
Well, what would Matt?
the OG.
Dinner at 4:00.
Shark, $20. Shark, thank you. Shark. That is.
What's Shark doing?
He's giving me $20.
Shark, bless your heart. This is an Origins miracle. Another one. Yeah.
Another one. Another one.
Who's that guy? What's that guy's name?
DJ Khaled.
Khaled.
Yeah. Sure, right. Says Shark. People in America really need to wake the F up to how huge and deep the commie threat to America truly is. Yeah.
Shark, you and I should talk.
No. Failing to do so will see us conquered by dark tyrants who will send every true American patriot to the gulag. Yeah, I honestly, in many respects, I agree with that. I keep telling you, like, some of the people, like, even in the RPG sphere, who were like, oh, I'm going to block this person. I don't like this person. You've seen my videos on, like, kind of digging up tweets of these people talking about how they don't like white men. If these people had the power of life or death over you, you best make peace with God, because you don't have a chance. These are some really, really bad people. I'm not even playing there. Some of these people are really bad.
Who are some examples?
Like Jessica Price.
Dude, that's some low hanging. I mean, she's awful.
If your life is in the hands of someone like Jessica Price, you're dead. Like, she will laugh. If you try to beg for your life, she will laugh at you and be like, ha ha ha, send them out.
This is the same lady who blasted Paizo for having bad carpets. I mean,
yes,
yeah, I mean,
so we had to bring in our own sweepers to sweep it up. Okay, I'm not sure how much of that I believe.
Her cowboy hat pisses me off.
Boy, that's like getting a glamour shot once and using it for like the next 20 years. Like, she do not look like that now. She do not look like that.
That cowboy hat shot of her is pretty sexy. If you have seen her any time after that,
like literally the day after that shot, like, yeah, she was. Yeah, that's why she uses it.
Where's the Wendy's?
yeah, she is. She is a bit of a roller pig now. Trying to think of some other folks. The alcohol might be doing a number on me. But
That's all-
honestly,
chat, that's my fault. I have been applying double D with so
but
much.
honestly, like even like someone like Dennis Detweiler.
You know what? I'm going to
go ahead.
Continue.
You have personal experience with Dennis.
So I know Dennis. Dennis is a fine RPG designer.
Yeah, hates Christians.
Fair. I told your chat I'm a hardcore Catholic, but I can accept when my designers are not. Dennis Detweiler is a fine RPG designer. This is a person who has been very involved in
Delta Green.
Delta Green. Delta Green is a fine game. Now, I mean, and in fact, if you really want to know, Garibay has gone on several videos explaining why Delta Green is the worst game ever, which means it's actually quite fine. But
one little splash.
Oh, you're a whore.
Give me a ping, Vasily.
You are a whore.
One ping, one ping only.
But
right.
Take your own splash.
All right, I'll do it.
Detweiler, that is a good game designer. Make no mistake.
Fair enough.
You may not care for his politics, but his game design is very good. And I am in a position where I can totally defend these people who are not people that I would want to have the same politics as.
Yeah.
But their game design is pretty good.
Fair enough.
And I think Detweiler probably. So, someone else.
Do you know the Zweihander guy?
Oh, Jordy! So,
what's his name again?
Daniel Fox.
Yes! Daniel Fox. Oh, I hate that guy.
That guy is the worst, but he is also the best. That guy is the best scheming Machiavellian
weasel. He's the best weasel around.
That guy was able to take a game where he snatched Warhammer, repurposed it, went to the Ennies.
Did he win? Did he win it?
He won.
Oh my god. What a fucking weasel.
I will not go into how I think he won, but let's just say he won. He was able to.
Because you know people.
I know people.
Okay, yeah.
He was able to parlay that win into an actual publishing job where that publishing company published Zweihander shit, which, by the way, at Half Price Book. Does your chat know what Half Price Books is? Is Half Price Books a thing?
Sure. My chat is very smart.
The amount of things I saw at Half Price Books yesterday, which was Zweihander, were incredible. I mean, a filthy amount. And he was able to position himself as a publishing arm of Andrews McNeil. Is Andrews McNeil, is that a thing? Because it seems to me that Andrews McNeil is a partial thing. But anyway, they published a bunch of fantasy stuff, and then they closed down the group. But he is now still with the publishing company. But Daniel Fox is reviled because he is such
he shut down the Trove, too.
Oh, yes, the Trove.
Yeah. See it, Patrick. Thanks for stopping in. As
I won't even get into the Trove.
You know, and the thing you have to understand about the Trove is, the Trove was a pirate site, but you also have to understand gamers in general. Yeah, I was going to say we can probably stop this. So gamers in general will support a system. Yeah, go ahead. Let me turn the camera off. So gamers in general will support a system. But sometimes they want to try it first. So that's why it's like Frank Drebin here. That's why people were so pissed off about him getting the essentially like the pirate site. Yeah, you could download PDFs, but a lot of those people who downloaded the PDFs just wanted to try a game for the first time. And then what they would do is they'd try it and be like, I like this game. I like this publisher. I am going to support this game. So I am actually just going to go and order the PDF. I'm going to go order the hardbound copy of this book. But Daniel Fox, a guy who ripped off Warhammer Fantasy, he said, no, there's copies of my precious game out there. And he said, I want this place shut down. So he was what we would in the 80s, I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to this. He is what we in the 80s would call a narc. He is a narc. He called the cops, he called the powers that be, and got the trove shut down. Well, people were fucking pissed. And I would say rightfully so. Look, if I have a game, I'm just going to go ahead and assume if I have a PDF copy that it's going to get out there. Because there's always going to be someone who hates you. Even if you're the nicest person, there's going to be someone who hates you and puts it out on a sharing site. So anybody who wants it, the PDF version, can get it. So what you're really relying on is your relationship with your audience, with your fans, and also like people judging the quality of your work, saying like, I actually like this guy. I'm going to buy a copy of this PDF, or I'm going to buy a copy of the hardcore or the hardbound.
So my experience with Dan Fox is a very great marketer. He is sleazy. He is weaselly. He is awful. But if you had a game that you wanted to market, Dan Fox would be perfect. But if you had any ethical issues,
standards,
don't pick Dan Fox. But if you had the ability to hire Dan Fox, absolutely, he will cheat, lie, and weasel his way into your heart. But we're talking about Machiavellian politics and business here. But I have experience with Dan, and I kind of like Dan in some ways. But
he went on Ryan David's, who's somebody that I know via YouTube.
Didn't you get into it with Dan Fox at one point?
I did, yeah. I called him out for something. Honestly, I'm a little in the bag right now to remember exactly.
He said, as I seem to recall, because I remember this conversation because I'm a bit of a Double D fan, and I'm a bit of a Double D historian. I think Dan Fox said something kind of progressive-ish, and you were like, "Oh, fuck you," and
yeah, I know exactly what it was. He said Republicans. He basically said, "Don't buy my book." Yeah, don't buy my book. And I just pointed it out. I said, "Hey, here's this guy. He's, I would still do it, but I would make videos like they're starting to get smarter, so they don't do this. But when they made it that easy, here's this guy, Dan Fox. He's telling you don't buy his book, so don't buy his book." And then he got all indignant. And what I don't like about Dan Fox is, and you're right, he's a smarmy piece of shit, because I've dealt with the Condor DMs of the world. I've dealt with like the Jessica Prices of the world. I've dealt with a lot of people. None of them have ever, even Soyclops. What's his name? Yes. Indestructible Boy. He threatened to, but he never came after my channel. There's only one person who tried to launch a strike against my channel, and that was Dan Fox.
So, chat, despite what Double D has to say, and I am a ruthless motherfucker, if any of you are trying to promote something or Dan Fox is a perfectly fine dude to approach to buy his help.
That would be like saying, hey guys, you really want to get your message out, you got to contact Joe Goebbels. Like he's really good. It's very persuasive.
Yeah, he's very persuasive.
Like, well, okay, yeah, but at some point you're kind of like, do I really want to do business with this guy?
Personally, I would not do business with Dan Fox, but if you wanted to promote your product and he was in your price range, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Fair enough. See, I'm willing to take not even dissenting opinions, but alternate opinions, like alternate facts.
Double D, I have so many alternate facts for you.
At Origins, have you ever had to deal with like a crazy like gamer, like just irate?
So let me tell you. All right, chat. Chat, are you still interested? Because I have a story.
We're free balling here.
Yeah,
like this is it. So this is the wind down period. This is the end of Rome.
So all right. So
this is for the hardcores only.
Yeah, the hardcores only. Because do you remember Clint? Do you know Clint?
Yeah, I remember
Clint W.
Yeah,
all right,
I remember.
So several years ago, Clint W. was here, and Clint W.'s wife worked for me.
Okay.
In the RPG area.
Right.
There was this character who showed up, and this character was, I recall him from several years of running games at Origins. And keep in mind, chat, I run the RPG area at Origins. And this is not going to get me in too much trouble because none of you know anything about Origins, clearly, because
nobody cares.
Nobody comes to Origins.
Nobody comes to Origins.
So there was this guy who showed up who was like, yeah, and Clint W's wife was my assistant at the time, and this guy was like, okay, I have so many people who are supposedly signed up for my game. And I was like, well, what's your game? Well, it's sort of this sandal punk sort of game. And I was like, what, sandal punk? Is this a thing? Like, well, no, not yet. Sandal punk? He's like, well, so in order to play my game, you have to have bought the ticket and you have to have paid $20 extra because I'm going to give you the rules for my sandal punk game. And I'm like, sandal punk?
Fucking sandal.
And I turned to Mrs. Clint and I was like, are you hearing this? Like, what? So I said, sandal punk. Sandal punk.
This guy's talking about
sandal punk.
So this was a full bottle, was it not, when you brought it?
Show your audience. You and I have fucked this bottle. This bottle was intended for all of my friends throughout the week.
I got you covered. I just need to know what we got here. Wolcott. Where's the nearest liquor store here? I need to know the nearest liquor store.
So let me tell you, Ohio does not have ABC. So are you in Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have?
We have us in Utah have the only state stores in the union.
No.
Mm-hmm.
North Carolina has ABC stores. All of the South has ABC stores, and ABC stores suck.
What's an ABC store?
The state runs the.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like no private?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought it was something like okay.
No. ABC stores are the work of the devil.
Yes, I agree. All right, so there's an ABC store close. At least not now. I know
Ohio has no ABC. It is all
private. Oh, there we go.
So
I go to an AM PM or whatever, like a.
Absolutely.
Get a bottle of Mad Dog and say, "Here you go. Here you go, Hester. Choke on this."
So Double D. If you want to go buy some booze, I will foot a bill for you to go buy some booze for all my friends that you and I have fucked up this bottle, because this bottle was intended for friends. This is Wednesday night. This bottle is gone.
You're hitting the booze again. What were we talking about? I thought we were talking about something weighty here.
No, Double D and I are drunk. I mean,
yeah. We're a little in our cups. One time I was in Chicago. I think it was with Gavin Morgan. I was on a work trip. And whenever I would go to Chicago for a work trip, I would be like, anybody want to go with me? Because I'm going to drive it.
I don't know Gavin, but is Gavin in your work?
Yeah, you know Gavin. You've met him before. If I showed you a picture,
Was he in the infamous drunken call of Cthulhu? Okay.
Yes, yeah, he was there. Yeah, he's my oldest friend. You know, he in many ways he still is like one of my dearest friends. I love him. He drives me crazy at times, but I do love him. But me and him were in Chicago. We're in Chicago. You notice the Canadian accent there. Canadian accent. Very close. So we were at Ditka's restaurant.
Oh, that was shitty. I've been there. As a Packers fan, I will tell you, Ditka loves the Packers. I'll tell you that much. But
all right, so we had a meal. Remember, it was okay. It was okay. As we were leaving, we saw Mike Ditka in the foyer of his restaurant, and he was taking a picture with some ladies. And if I recall, I didn't try to silence. I just I don't know, either shook his hand or whatever. He was so drunk. I mean, he was drunker than us two. His eyes were glassy.
He was far beyond gamer drunk.
Yeah, he was beyond gamer drunk. He was completely 3 sheets to the wind, as they say. And I was just like, "There's Mike Ditka, drunk as a monkey."
You could have said,
"God bless him."
You could have said Bart Starr is the greatest guy ever. And he'd
yeah. He'd be like, "All right, I believe you." Personally, I think it's Jim McMahon. All right, so I saw supers. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any supers here.
You know, Jim McMahon won a Super Bowl ring with the Packers, right? He was Brett.
Oh, he was the backup in '96.
He was Brett Favre's backup
in '96. Yeah, that's right.
Jim McMahon won a Super Bowl ring with the Packers.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Chat. I'm a huge Packers fan, just so we're clear.
DB wants to make sure our pants stay on. Pants are going to stay on. Pants are going to stay on.
I mean, for now.
For now. All right. We're good. We're all caught up.
So, chat. This is from my ego. Be interested in having me back? I mean,
I'd love to have you back.
I haven't even scratched the surface for the things I could talk about. But
give one crazy people that stayed this long are my hardcores, okay? Because there's 78 of them, for God's sakes.
All right,
so get first, I have a personal question. Do you still deal with the dirt farmer in Texas,
yes.
Austin?
Yes.
Sean F.
We'll call him Sean F.
Okay.
So Sean F. is such a radical nut, and
beyond my he went. I tried to try to hang, and then after a while I was like, this guy's
Sean F. believes that Israel should be nuked from the earth.
Yeah.
And you know what? I have a master's degree in history. History is complicated. And when you talk about the Middle East, that is even more complicated. To say nuke Israel,
a little harsh. We don't like to get into the whole Israel Muslim. I have some opinions. I kind of fall more in the favor of civilization, but I'm also not hardcore. Israel can do no wrong. In the same respect,
Israel has a lot of issues they need to address.
But in the same respect, it's them or the people who chant "Death to America" every single day. So it's you guys are kind of forcing me to go with these guys, So.
I mean, you have to side with Israel.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah. And it's I understand. Look, if you're going to come to me and say, but Israel did that, I'd be like, yeah, I understand. In the same respect, these are the people that are screaming "Death to America" and fly planes
and Israel are our buddies. I mean,
look, they're interested in their own survival. Which I understand.
I mean, Netanyahu is a bad, sus, creepy dude. Make no mistake.
All right, let's get off of this because this will turn a chat.
Oh, who is
closer,
this?
I think. This is my buddy Ryan Nicolai. $10. Sorry to hear you've reached the bitter dregs. We actually do have OHLQ, Ohio Liquor. Here's some booze money or semen retention.
I think my semen retention money is out.
I think he's begging for this. There we go. Have you ever heard the full poem of that? Thank you, by the way, Ryan. Have you ever heard the full poem, like Men in Their Velvet Prime? Have you ever heard that?
So, are you talking about Spock?
Yes.
So, I'm such a fan of your show that I looked up Bitter Dregs and I did a deep dive research into what the situation was, why they did this, and I still do not understand because the Bitter Dregs episode is so shit to me. No, so chat,
It was literally the second to last episode, I believe.
I think so, yeah. So, chat, I'm a huge Trek fan, but my Trek fan is Nimoy, Shatner, and DeForest, Kelly. I actually love the Chris Pine reboots. I mean, I love
Yeah, I
that.
was just watching the first part of that first movie. I can see why I liked it at the time and why it still has some legs. There's some things that I'm like, I wish they would have done this different. But
I'm a dude who loves everything that Shatner did with Star Trek.
Oh,
I have very minimal experience with Picard. I mean, I didn't watch that show.
And see, I did. I watched them because I remember, like, oh shit, they're rebooting Star Trek. Even though it wasn't Kirk, I was like, give it a chance. And if you got past season 2, you at the time you were real.
Oh, I'm sure you're a big Will Wheaton fan.
Oh, obviously. I just crawled into my wife's arms and
So I don't even have the time to open up the discussion of Wheaton, but Will Wheaton is the worst. But just leave it at that.
Awful guy.
Yeah.
Next Generation is from like season
I have
3
never-
to 6 is a really good show.
I mean, you say so, and I'm happy to agree with that. I never actually watched it. I mean,
You're like Shatner. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think he ever watched an episode of that, even though he's supposedly good friends with, what's his name, Captain Picard, Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart. I am gone. But it's on its own after season 2. Like season 2, they started to figure it out. By season 3, they got their own legs. And then from like 3, 4, 5, 6, those 4 magical seasons were really good.
Oh, yeah.
Really good. Like, go back and watch. Even if you don't because you know the general conceit. We're on a 5-year mission. Just start watching from 3, 4, 5, 6. Just watch those seasons. Those are good seasons. And you know what? It's not a coincidence that like Will Wheaton, like Wesley Crusher, is like severely diminished by season 3.
Well, because there's this whole concept of we don't need more obnoxious kids in our show.
Yeah, they were still dealing with kind of the conceits of like the 60s and 70s and maybe early 80s. Like, oh, we need a cute kid to pump up. Like, we need a Cousin Oliver to pump up the ratings. It's like by that time, people were like, this is retarded.
Do you know who promotes your show? The Dr. Smith character. And when I say Dr. Smith, do you know who I'm talking about?
Lost in Space.
Yeah. Dr. Smith.
Oh, you pussy.
I mean, Dr. Smith. I mean, so, chat, do you know who Dr. Smith is? And is Dr. Smith your favorite character? Is Dr. Smith the character that made Lost in Space successful?
Obviously.
I mean, Dr. Smith is the character I play in D&D. Dr. Smith is my character. And Squirrel Nutkin, if you are out there, is Dr. Smith your character?
Is it? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I'm sure since and $5 Packers fan. I've been a huge Lions fan since the 80s.
Fuck you. Who are you? Take your $5 back. You move your $5.
God, Robert is a hero of mine. He was a fantastic contributor.
Is this the Lions fan? Kill him.
You know, who else is a Lions fan, or was a Lions fan, I should say. He's kind of it.
Get Lions fans.
Crazy Mouse.
Oh. What's an impression mouse? He's fuck you to the Lions.
When he was growing up, he was a huge. Now he's just kind of more of like an NFL.
So you Lions fans, you realize you might have some decency right now. The Packers run. They run the NFC North. You realize that, don't you?
They're the barn boss.
That's right. Sure, I'm ruining your channel.
You're not ruining anything. I think people are enjoying. Like I said, we know how many hardcores there are because it keeps like hanging out at like 75. These are the people that will listen to probably us just like go over on the bed and just snuggle up and snore.
I'll struggle with you to get more viewers. I mean, just so we're
get another bottle. I'll consider it. All right. So, has anybody like screamed at you, like coming up at like Origins, like I was in my game of, I don't know, like thirsty sword lesbians.
Yeah,
like my DM canceled. What the fuck is your deal with like someone so irate you thought they were going to like come across the table at you?
So, over the years, there have been some kind of nuts. And I would like to tell you that there were some crazy people that jumped across the table. Most of the people are actually fairly reasonable at Origins. The people who are the nuttiest are the people who have clearly set up I want to sell my game, and I want to upcharge the price, and yet no one has signed. Well, clearly, there's a problem because no one has signed up to play my $18 game.
You know, why? Why wouldn't you want to play this?
And there was this guy several years ago who I referred to as Sandalpunk, and Sandalpunk was this guy who was like, "Oh yeah, to play."
You talked about him like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, he's worthwhile because he has upgraded his game and has upgraded the price to like $18 plus to play his game.
$18 for Sandalpunk?
Would you pay
Clint? Is this Clint we're talking about?
No, this is Clint's wife who was sitting next to me.
Okay.
Who was like she was
the witness.
Yes.
I got you. Oh boy. So what do you think?
So chat, who thinks they might come to Origins next year?
You can be in a private game with Double D.
And me.
Double D and Aster can kill your character. Like I said, we gain some.
I mean,
we're trying to drive them away from our stream, and they just keep coming.
So, chat, keep in mind that Double D and myself have gone through an entire bottle of this. I mean,
yeah, this was full. This is brand new. This was brand new. To say we're doing a pretty good job. I mean, we're not like goofy, like you know what? We're just maybe we're a little.
I love Crazy Mouse. I love Rogan, but
my best friends. Go ahead, say what you're gonna say. Say what you're gonna say.
I bring the booze.
You bring the booze. You bring the milkshake that brings all the boys to the yard.
Would you like to see Haster come back for an episode? I mean, every once in a while. And I haven't even gotten to the gossip. I mean, there's tea. There's tea that I can spill. But
I keep saying, but give us a little tea. All right, so Joe says, this is what the game would devolve into. Yeah, if we were. No, I take it very seriously. I would not be hammered for a game. I might be hammered for a stream. For God's sakes, I wouldn't be hammered for a game. All right, so give us your best. Like, you got some juicy gossip. Like, I'm dying to get it on my chest. All right, now don't out yourself here. But
I'm not going to out myself.
Because give us something.
Chris Pramus.
Piece of shit, commie bastard.
Chris Pramus is the exact commie bastard, shit-faced asshole that you would think he is.
Really?
So for those of you who do not know who Chris Pramus is, he is the number 2 man at Green Ronin. The number 2 person at Green Ronin is
the chick there.
Nicole Lindros.
Nicole Lindros, yes.
And I don't really understand if Nicole is his wife, his girlfriend, his partner, whatever the situation is.
Are they here? Are they here?
I guarantee you they're here. So, all right. So, for those of you who don't know, Green Ronin, that's actually a pretty good game studio.
They were.
Yeah. So
they produced some good stuff up until, let's say, obviously, like everything, 2016 when Trump ran.
So
they went insane.
So Green Ronin made a ton of money in the 3rd edition phase.
And then Song of Ice and Fire, they did.
Oh, yeah. They somehow managed to... And this was before the HBO series of Game of Thrones.
Before or right as. But before they knew it would be like a huge license.
So Green Ronin is 3 people. Green Ronin is Hal, Chris,
Nicole,
and Hal.
Yes.
Hal is a hardcore leftist weirdo too, but Hal is the one guy who is like,
maybe we shouldn't piss off everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But when Hal says, I am 1/3 of this company, what am I going to do with, Nicole and Chris?
Yeah, you have 2/3 that are complete lunatics. Yeah.
Hal is a total lunatic too, but Hal's a friend of mine. I mean, I'm pals with Hal, and Hal's a leftist, but Hal does not want things to go the way that the rest of the listeners do.
I get it. He's the pragmatic leftist.
Yeah.
Like, we've gone. I'm with you up to this point. Now we've gone too far. I think I get you.
But Green Ronin is done. I mean,
yeah. What have they produced?
Mutants and Masterminds is their
Steve Kenson, who's a fucking lunatic too.
So I actually like Steve.
Oh, come on! Now you've gone too far. Now we're gonna have. He's a catty little bitch. Come on, he's a fucking catty little bitch.
But he's a good game designer. I mean,
how does that not, after a certain point, though, how does that not flow in? Like, I understand before 2016 how it might not have flowed in. Now it flows in.
I agree. But Steve Kinson, I think, is a really good game designer. I mean, if you want to declare the guy is terrible in his politics, I agree. But his game design is good. This is where you and your audience needs to understand that there can be shitty people, but they can be good game designers.
Oh, I understand that. I do understand.
Steve Kinson is probably one of the better game designers out there as far as game design.
Okay, fair enough. And I will say, I liked 1E Mutants and Masterminds. That was a pretty good game. We had a pretty epic campaign in 1E.
Icon.
I just wish he had just stopped with the bullshit.
I agree, but the ability for him to design a game is very good.
Okay,
this
fair
guy
enough,
is
fair
a
enough,
good game
fair enough.
designer,
Fair enough.
and if you need to be able to like separate the position of politics and game, this guy, you may hate his views, and personally I do too, but he is a good game designer.
Okay. I'm willing to lean on you here. I will give him a second look. Because all I ever saw was like the LGB like bullshit, like
Absolutely.
Trump bad, everybody opposing Trump good. In the same respect, I have to balance that with Wani, Emily, meeting some masterminds was pretty darn good.
They were able to create a good game based upon 3E and pull it over. And they were able to figure out, okay, third edition is falling apart. We need to be able to further move this. And Steve Kinzen did that. And Steve Kinzen, make no mistake, is a creepy, weird dude that you want nothing to do with.
Personally.
Thruple, wicked, magic, gay, I mean, whatever. But fair is fair.
Okay.
Steve Kinzen is a good game designer.
Let it not be said that Double D isn't open to, suggestion.
Chat. Chat. Do you have a position on Steve Kinzen? I mean, Steve Kinzen is a weird dude, but Steve Kinzen is a good game designer.
Well, I always, and I kind of always will caution people about the same thing, like with someone like Kelsey Dion. Like, personally, look, if she's like in her room, with her wife or her, and she's talking about politics, she might be saying like "fuck Trump" and all that stuff. But
I'm sure she is.
Yeah, but does she say
her game does not translate into?
Well, not only that, her game doesn't translate it, but publicly, like last year at Gen Con, like I showed many in the chat here and told many on Twitter. Like I met Kelsey, and she was wonderful. Like she even we talked. She even said like, "You're a YouTuber." When she said that, I was like, "Here it comes!" Like, I've been waiting for it. Like, here it comes. Like, she was just like, "Oh yeah." And then I'm like, "Oh yeah, you want to get a picture?" And it's like, I didn't even have to. Not that I ever would. I didn't have to like hover hand. Grabbed her shoulder. She grabbed mine. Like, here we go. Let's get into a picture. Would you rather have that be the norm? And I would say yes. That's all we've ever asked for on this channel is we want to go back to a time when you didn't know that like Jeff D was a lunatic atheist, or so, is that the right one? Is Jeff D the lunatic atheist? It's either him or Jeff Easley. I don't know which one.
Jeff Easley.
He's the atheist. Okay. Yeah, but it's like at the time you didn't have the internet, you didn't have smartphones, you didn't know. It's just like, oh, this guy's a great artist. You didn't know that Dave Trampier was a homeless, cab driver. You just said like, oh, this guy's a great artist. That's what is for people to have their public facing be. This is my game. This is my public facing. This is my game, and I hope you buy it. Oh, how refreshing! Do you know what I mean?
No, I mean you're absolutely right.
You don't want. I think we're all tired of like genuine talent constantly putting their politics front and center, like a Mark Ruffalo, like somebody like that, just constantly. It's so refreshing to hear someone who says, I'm not doing this anymore. Even if they did in the past, I'm not doing it anymore. This is my game, buy it. I like it. I produced it. This is what you want, so here it is. And I'm not going to lecture you about who you should be voting for, what stances you should take.
No, I mean, I think Kelsey wants to sell a game. She does not want to sell her politics. She does not want to sell her...
Yeah, because she's smart. Yeah. But I say she's one of the smartest, like, current, like, modern-day game designers out there. Like, and I mean that like legitimately, because she understood, like, oh, we need to go back to the old school where you didn't know this shit. This is my game, and that's it. Period. She will literally take a picture with anybody. Now, she may not come on my channel. She may not, endorse certain things, but
she won't come on your show. I promise you.
Yeah. Have you actually met her?
So, in a situation that I do not want to go into, based upon where I was able to meet her very closely, and I very much liked her.
Yes.
She was delightful. She was sweet. She is
everybody's experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
She is kind, sweet. That I have zero negative things to say about her.
Nobody does.
She is wonderful.
Yeah, and and honestly, like, if she came on my show, I would do nothing but promote her. But she's also smart enough to know, like,
I mean,
I attract a certain audience, and I attract a certain detractor, and that's just the way it is. And I understand that. So she would never make the business decision to come on a show like this because it wouldn't be good for business.
No.
And I appreciate that. I understand that. And I'm like, yeah.
I mean, your audience only grabs so much, and the audience that you would grab is already fairly shadow dark friendly.
Keep in mind, too, she came out publicly and said she was endorsing Jeffro Johnson. I don't know if you know this on Twitter. She was talking about one-to-one play, and she's like, I guess I gotta give credit to Jeffro Johnson here. And this was after Jeffro left, like, the RPG world. I was just laughing my ass off. I'm like, Jeffro, why couldn't you have stayed like 2 more months? I mean, you would have like ate this shit up. It was like literally name dropped him in like a video to show like how little shit she has to give, because she's basically on top of the world now. She's like, so I guess I gotta thank this guy Jeffro Johnson. Like, thank you, Jeffro, for this one-to-one time. And like people like me are just doing guffaws, like laughing our asses off. But she doesn't fucking care.
Chat, do you feel anything about Jeffro? I mean, or
all right, so Badger says Jeff D is the Wonko atheist. Tainted. My love for V&V. Ooh, yeah.
So V&V. Who said that?
This is the Badger. Also, he wants to know, do you know Jeff McAleer from the Gaming Gang?
Oh, yeah, I do know him. Yes.
Can you cover for a few seconds while I take a
Yes.
Okay.
So, Christ, I can't see what the questions are, but so the Gaming Gang. I think that guy, he means well, but there are folks in the industry that well, I'll wait. There's a certain point that I don't know what to say because
You're like Robbie's on Santa's lap on a Christmas story. I was like, what do you want for Christmas, kid? You're just looking up. There's how about a nice football?
There's 13,000 things I want to say, but
get him down the slide, and then you're like, wait a minute, I want a Red Ryder double action BB gun. Not as easy as it appears, is it?
This is hard. I mean, how do you do this? How do you entertain these people?
Practice. It's the same way you get on Broadway, right?
Renee Zellweger.
Has you ever had to deal with Joe Valenti, who owns Nerd LARP? Do you know Nero LARP? Do you know Joe Valenti?
Oh, I know Joe Browning. Do you know Joe
I
Browning?
know Joe Browning. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know him. I know who he is. Yeah.
do you know Susie Yee?
Susie Yee. Should I?
Joe Browning's wife.
Maybe in the recesses of my memory, you know. I remember Joe
Right,
Browning.
so-
I remember Joe was like, at first I thought he was okay, and then he's kind of like a DICK, right? Wasn't he sort of?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, chat. Who knows um, Expeditious Press? Is that
That's right. Yeah, EP Expeditious. Yeah.
chat?
Yep. I just keep talking. Don't wait for a response from me. This is where you're at. You just got to keep talking. Conversation. What about Joe? Do you not like? As I remember him from the days of Circus Maximus, EN World, stuff like that.
Joe was a hardcore leftist.
Yes,
but
at a time when you could get along with leftists, right? Like we're talking like between 2000 and 2015. You know,
Joe played football. So if you're going to play football in your collegiate career, you clearly are at least okay.
Look, for like some perspective, there were people who used to call me Nazis. You know,
Can you say Nazi or?
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, you probably can, but
Is it
I don't
Yahtzee?
Yahtzee, Nazi. There were people who come online, like in our forums, and then I'd meet up with them in person at like Gen Con, and they'd be like, oh, "Cool, yeah, hey, how you doing?" You know, it's like, yeah, that was just we were just bullshitting online. You know, that's that world. Now we're in this world, and you're a cool dude. And I would be the same way, like, oh, you're a lefty fucking commie lunatic there. But here, you know, we're just hanging out, having fun, playing games. Don't you miss those days?
I do.
Like I remember my biggest thing was when Pirate Cat was like, he's like, the Double D, not under my Double D name, but under my previous name. He's just like, I always thought you were just a lunatic online. He's like, in person, you're so charming. it's like, in my odd way, like Pirate Cat from EN World is like, man, you are just so charming.
Do any of you folks online know who Pirate Cat is? I mean,
they should.
Do they?
Oh, we still use like whenever like I'm particularly harsh as a DM, like Crazy Mouse will go like, this sounds like a DM drive-by. Dear Pirate Cat. Like he was gonna like write a letter to Pirate Cat. It's like that's like our standard line now, Dear Pirate Cat. Still 71 watching. 71 hardcores. Hardcore people.
That's sad. I mean,
it's just sad. Are you okay? Keep going. Can you hang? Can you hang with Double D?
Do you have any questions?
Like I said, who in the RPG? Who is the worst person in the RPG world? Because you have a lot of experience. Who is the absolute worst? Like you've said, we've talked about Steve Kenson. We've talked about Chris Primus. Talked about Jessica Price. We've talked about a whole host of people. But who do we either know on that list, or who do we not know? Who is just, when you hear their name, your stomach just turns, your skin crawls, and you're like, F that guy. I hate him.
Zach S.
Zach Samus. Oh my God, really? Okay. Yeah. So have you had personal interactions?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me tell you, Zach S. So, chat, Zach S. is probably one of the worst people I've ever come across because, so do you know who Greg Stafford is?
Yeah. Chaosium, Pendragon, classic. I mean, just a legend. Yeah.
So there was a scenario where I was in a spot where, and of course, Greg is gone.
Yeah. Yeah. He passed a couple years ago. Yeah.
Greg was receiving a award, and Zach S. And this is before Zach was totally terminated,
canceled. Yeah,
yeah. And Zach S. sees this old, grizzled, sort of dude, and Zach S. runs up and is like, "Who is this old guy? Who is this? Who is this?" And I'm like, "Oh Christ! Oh, what's going on here?" And Zach S. totally flips out and goes, "This guy is a nobody."
Zach S. said Greg Stafford was a nobody. And what was the context here? Where was this at?
An award ceremony. That
was this like 2015, 2014 ish. Red Pleasant Land, maybe.
2019.
Okay, so a little bit later.
And I mean, make no mistake, I have always felt that Zach S. was one of the creepiest, weirdest, awful people.
I don't think anybody would debate you there. Yeah. Personally, at least.
But Zach S. is a very talented.
Yeah.
I mean,
again, I don't think anybody would debate you there. Yeah. That's why Raggy uses him. But still dissing Greg Stafford as just a doddering old man.
Can't go to an awards ceremony and say, "Who is this stupid old man?" And Zach S. was like, "Who is this stupid old creepy man?"
God.
And it's like, oh my God, Zach. And Zach is totally bliss. Zach is totally out. I mean, and of course, Greg Stafford. You know who Greg Stafford is. You can't just say to that guy.
Honestly, it's almost sacrilegious. I could almost be like, so who is that guy? And then you hear his name is Greg Stafford, and you're like, oh shit, I was about to say something bad, or I'm so sorry.
Zach does not know the industry.
Yeah, and he's old enough to maybe he's not as old as us, but he's old enough to at least know who Greg Stafford was, right?
I mean, Greg Stafford, when he was still alive, was the replacement for Gary. I mean,
yes.
I mean, sorry. So Gary is gone. Greg. When Greg is gone, who is? I mean,
yeah. I mean, we're talking mid 70s with Greg, with RuneQuest. Fuck.
If Greg is gone, and then there's Greg, and then when Greg is gone, who is? I mean, who is the gentleman of the industry? I'm trying to figure out, and I can't think who that would be.
Tim, what's his name from PSR?
Cask?
Yeah, Tim Cask. Maybe.
Jesus Christ! I mean,
have you met him?
Yes. I mean, Tim.
Oh no, Rogalar. Oh, I love him. Don't you dare say a bad word about him.
I know. You are a fan of who is it? Gary's
well, look, I mean, we're at a point now. All these guys,
they're all gone.
I mean, they're either going or gone. Okay, so they're either like, I mean, they're out of their, producing. Rob Coons, by the way.
Rob, yeah.
They're either out of their and Rob has produced some stuff. I mean, it's kind of just like a reprint of old stuff, but still, it's refreshing. I like Rob. He's a good dude. And he's
but he's irrelevant. I mean,
in the current industry, but in this niche, in the current, like in our sector, he's like revered. Like Rob is like an icon. Like you, you just told a story where somebody just dissed an icon. Like in our neck of the woods, Rob Kuntz is an icon. And he is. And who knows, how much longer we're going to have him. In the same respect, we know what we have. So honestly, I would honestly probably put like Rob is the guy right now.
He's the Colonel Sanders, or he is the
The problem with Rob is he lives in Corsica. I mean, literally, lives in Elba. So he'll come over here for a couple of conventions. Like I think he comes over for like DaveCon. Like he'll come over for like the Dave conventions.
That's hardcore. I mean,
yeah, he does. Well, I mean, he's also getting near the end, and I think he realizes like these lunatics are trying to write us out. Okay, and that's the danger. Like these people are literally trying to write him and some others out of the tapestry. So he feels like I'm not going to go down without a fight, and I fucking applaud that. So that's why I love Rob Kuntz. I love his fight. I love everything about him. And I love also that he's not afraid to say like, fuck these guys. Just me. Fuck them. I hate them.
Yeah, I mean,
I in the same, look, I don't have any like professional entanglements with them, so it's probably easy for me to say. But it's like literally, like I don't care. Like someone like Jeff McAleer from the Gaming Gang or those guys. Like I literally don't give a fuck. It's one thing about Condor. That's like a family squabble. Like I said, Condor and I, like if we talk about like Trump and stuff like that, we'd probably be like, bro, yes, obviously, gaming and like other stuff, we're completely different. But, all these outside people who are trying to kill us, anybody on the inside, me and Condor and probably Scott, fuck them. Like I don't fuck you. I don't care. I know you're kind of in the center, so you kind of you don't understand that mindset. But as we were talking about before, like you only understand this if you've been called a Nazi from like 2005 onward for the sin of wanting low taxes and many other like middle of the road stuff.
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah, because leftists were and always will be unhinged lunatics who are completely mentally ill, unreservedly and completely mentally ill. They have something wrong in their brains. Okay, so in some respects, we on the right have to kind of understand that and have a modicum of sympathy, just a little bit, because they do want us dead. But we also have to always understand they want us dead, but they are mentally ill. So there is something broken in their brains. Okay, so, when we were talking about earlier, like when someone like Trump comes along, or anybody who tells these guys, fuck you, I don't care. We're always like, oh my God, yes, I've been saying this in my own little personal domain for years. When we were on a message board, Nutkinland, and me and like it was called in the Triumvirate back in the day. It was me and Shark and another guy, and maybe there was maybe like one other. It's like we were like literally the only conservatives who would sack up, and this is the days of George H.W. Bush. So we would be like, yeah, we're going to do this. Well, you have literally everybody coming at you, all these cowards and leftists. Everybody's coming at you. And then that's why I always give Chris Haynes credit for like saying like, even though at the time politically I'm sort of with these guys, I like your mocks. He even told me, I always remember this at the time, like I like you. He messaged me and said, I like you personally. Like I like the way you fight these people. I'm going to start a private forum, like for you guys. And we were like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And then all of a sudden, Yeah, as in almost like a harbinger of what's to come. Like, we're the cool guys. All these fucking lunatics talking about lefty stuff back in 2005, 2006. They're fucking lame losers, you know. Now all of a sudden we're the fucking cool kids because we don't give a fuck. It's like fuck you. Whenever you're the guy saying fuck you, I don't care, you always have a leg up. True? When you can say with a smile on your face, go fuck yourself. I've got stuff to do. You're always going to get a nod from the crowd, from the peanut gallery. You're still awake.
The show's still on.
The show is still on. Still 61 here. All right, we'll wrap it up. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats.
Things went so off the rails.
It's not off. This isn't off the rails. I'm going to highlight a couple of super chats. Gen X, yeah. Live and let live, yep. OGG. Yeah, they are mentally ill. Yeah, and like, I understand, like, you and your wife and all that, like, you understand, like, you just kind of want to, you don't want to ruin anything. And I get that mentality. You will understand eventually. They will come for you. At some point, like,
they will always come for
you. They will come for you in some way, in some regard. And you will learn the true freedom of just telling these people to fuck off. Like, it is so refreshing just to be like, I'm Double D, fucking MAGA 2024, 2028, 2032. I don't fucking care. It's like, I literally don't care what you think. Call me whatever name in the book you want. Label me a Yahtzee. I don't care. Go fuck yourself. Seriously, dive into a thing that chops up wood. You know, if you were drowning, I would put a fire hose in your mouth. Okay, that's it. You know. Pastor has gone dark. You want any last words? We'll sign off.
Double D. I am so far hammered.
You did good tonight, though. I will say you did really good.
I have some things to say once we're done, but
all right, and I understand. Honestly, we should have you on a remotely. Maybe like a Saturday stream, we'll do a remote.
I would do that
because you can just go non-camera, just microphone. You have a microphone, don't you?
Oh yeah.
All right. Still 61 watching. Guys, thank you so much.
Bless your hearts. Rogan and Crazy Mouse, are you part of that watching crowd?
They will watch after. Like I said, Crazy Mouse is on actual vacation with his family.
Fuck him.
Hey. Fuck
him. Fuck him. See me now.
All right, guys. Thank you guys so much, especially you guys.
Come to Origins next year.
Come to Origins if you want a private room and game with Double D. This guy will happen. Honestly, he will. Like we're joking about it, but he will. Like he can literally open up a room like after hours and go like, "Yeah, you guys."
Well, technically, it's my wife, but
well, yeah. I mean, you know, your wife is a saint.
Oh, bless her.
I feel like remember Richard Nixon's speech at the end? My mother was a saint. Still one of the best political speeches ever, talking about his mother.
The checkers
speech. That was a little early. All right. Yeah, Nixon. All you guys, thank you so much. As you can tell, we've had a little bit to drink, but say we had a little bit. Yeah. I like to say we've stayed on target, as they say. All right, guys, love you. I will probably do a couple of maybe like walking tours like I did at Gen Con last year. So expect to hear from me in the near future. Pastor, maybe a little bit
further into the future. But yeah, we'll definitely have him on. So, remember, guys, give this video a thumbs up so it gets recommended. Everybody can hear our wit and wisdom for over, God, how long have we been going? 4 hours and 13 minutes. This is the longest. Really? This is the longest stream ever. Oh. Fuck you, Garibay. Who'd have known? It's in my hotel room in Origins. Wait, one last one. He's getting in his shot before. Good night, good gaming. Enjoy the con. Will do, buddy. Thank you so much. You and everybody else who contributed, either memberships or super chats. Love you all. God bless. Peace. Go out there. Good gaming. Make it a great day. Peace for Haster and Double D. And the R.I.P. Rogan. He's not dead. He's not dead. Jeez. And the on vacation crazy mouse. All right, we'll see.